Testas, girdisi?
Ačiū ir minutę dėmesio. Kanklės. Labai ačiū. Gerbiami svečiai, gerbiami kolegos, ačiū, kad atvažiavote. Jūs prisilietėte per kankles prie
National musical instrument, kankles music, You have touched upon our melancholic language. When starting this conference, we thought of various geopolitical processes that take place in the world. And one phenomenon is especially highlighted, namely that of peace. The world, especially Europe, is again focused on war. And where is peace? Where is peace? Peace is the highest expression of security. But do we consider it, analyze it? Can we properly contemplate what kind of peace we should have and it should be? Does it have its own phases? Because security is the fundamental value of the human life. It is fundamental. Therefore, we have invited you to have this discussion. Introducing you, my highly esteemed colleague, Professor Aurelia Pureite, the Pro-Dean of the Public Security Academy at Mykolo Romerio University, who will moderate our first session. And she will help to welcome our esteemed guests and conference attendees. Thank you so much. Good day, dear guests. Thank you. And welcome to all of you, and thank you to Professor Slavkauskas, who is the author of this event, together with a group of colleagues. So I'm honored to start this event, and I'm happy that many famous people came over, have come over to join us, and now the floor is given to Algirdas Nebeika, the mayor of Vilkaviškis district municipality, and I will hand over the microphone to those who are invited to say an introductory word. Good morning, dear Kybartai inhabitants, dear guests. Welcome to Vilkaviškis district, Kybartai town. Should I make pauses or can I speak slowly? For interpretation purposes. Really happy to extend my thanks to the organizers of this conference that we have the possibility to celebrate the 600th anniversary of the Peace Treaty of Melno here together. And you are in Kybartai because the border here is stable for 600 years, from Vištytis Lake to Suvalkai Castle Mound. And Kybartai have a rich history, and many presidents have visited this place, starting with the first president Antanas Smetona to the presidents of these days, various English-speaking guests, and I'm very happy that we can actually commemorate this Peace Treaty of Melno. And the Peace Treaty is important. 1 month before the Russian-Ukrainian war, We as municipality signed a collaboration treaty with Severodonetsk city in Ukraine. We know perfectly well what happens there with Ukrainian mayor, the head of Severodonetsk municipality, with the Ukrainian honorary consul, and we, like the rest of Lithuania and other world countries, contribute as much as we can to the Ukrainian cause, to Severodonetsk. I believe that Vilkaviškis has suffered for some time during the world wars, especially the Second World War, because the front line and the activities at it were very active. And I would like that such atrocities that happen in Ukraine, such events that are happening in Ukraine, are not repeated throughout the world. And we know the consequences, namely that ordinary citizens are the primary victims of such activities. And today we will touch upon many topics that are on the agenda. And I'd like to extend my thanks once again to all the speakers for the history we can make and we can share with the audience here and with the rest of the world. And I believe that we can learn from one another and from each other and the experience, our mutual experience, and from tourists and local people, and enrich ourselves. I wish you and all of us a fruitful conference, a beneficial conference, and once again, thank you for your contribution to this successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to mention that this scientific conference is organized in cooperation with Vilkaviškis Tourist Information Center, along with Mykolo Romerio University. Hello, honorable participants of the conference. It's a great honor for me to participate here in this event, conference, which marks a special historic event. I would like to pass on the kindest greeting words from the dean of our university. And today she represents Lithuania honorably at an international event. Today, with participation here, we are mentioning one of the special historic events, the Peace Treaty of Melno. By looking closer, we see not only a historical event, we see a reinforcement of successful finish of Grunwald battle. By following the wisdom, political and legal wisdom and responsibility, tolerance, this peace was maintained for 600 years. It's an exceptional event. In our history, we don't have so many significant, important peace treaties. It's really exciting that about half a year ago, in the spring, our university signed a cooperation agreement with Vilkaviškis district municipality, And it's really joyful that real basis for this agreement is already visible. On behalf of the university, I want to kindly thank you and also to thank for support for collective which was assembled, who contributed to so many works. Because our university is one of the biggest specialized universities of social sciences, and its scientists feel to solve various issues of society, but also it's extremely important for them to examine that what is relevant right here and now. Speaking precisely about communities, also about challenges. So sincerely thank you to members of academia, to professors, and other members of academic community who directly contributed to making this, to organizing this significant event, and for inviting us here to Kybartai. Being here in Kybartai today is very symbolic. As Mayor put it nicely, during global transformations, we feel big anxiety for trampling of principles of justice. And it's very important that this historic issue, that not only historians will examine it, that examining of this question also invites to join politicians, managers, communication specialists, and specialists of other areas who, I don't doubt it, today with their discussions will launch very valuable discussions which will provide foundation for political and legislative insight to examine the situation and to contribute to solving global problems. Because from solving issues of local community, time and wise solution depends the future of the entire Europe. So let me wish you meaningful works and productive discussions.
Thank you so much for the introductory wishes, and it's nice that European institution representative will also say the introductory remarks. So Dr. Juozas Olekas, the European MP, is given the floor. Thank you so much, dear guests, attendees, and Kybartai inhabitants. It's very nice to see you here where we discuss the peace treaty of Melno and its 600th anniversary. It's even better that this event is taking place here in Kybartai, not my birthplace, but my beloved place, where I was also growing because my parents and grandparents were exiled to Siberia and were not born in their mother country. And actually, we came back when I was grown a bit and we rooted in here. Thank you so much to the organizers for such conferences here. 14 years ago, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, together with the Ministry of National Defense, initiated and arranged the first snow meeting in Trakai. That meeting was very important internationally. It was a forum that discussed international security and security policy, reality and visions for the future. But that we have that snowball rolled and reached Kybartai. And perhaps we should continue with this tradition, because from the European Union viewpoint, It's important that we feel valuable in the EU space. Instead of staying on the margins, the more discussions we have, the more people we engage, the stronger we are. And I believe that today we will mention lots of historical facts, experience, and we will also draw some guidelines and future vision, so that the peace part of this treaty is actually defended, and so that we don't have to sign new treaties that are the final parts of military and war episodes. During the 600 years, this border has been crossed militarily to various directions. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you to Mr. Sūduva. I'm happy that we have many international friends and colleagues who came here to read their reports, so I'd like to invite and say greeting word the envoy, deputy envoy of Germany, Mr. Head of Mission, Mr. Peter Bushman. Labą dieną.
The first challenge is always to address everyone correctly, and today I'm speaking in front of an eminent group of persons. So I would like to greet our mayor, distinguished professors, our chairpersons, we have deputies, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. I won't be very long, but I would like, first of all, to thank you very much for this invitation. And I would like to thank the organizers for making this event possible. And thirdly, very importantly, I would like to pass on the best wishes of our ambassador. Unfortunately, Matthias Son, he could not make it today because he had conflicted engagements. And but if you know him personally, you know that history and the significance of history and what it means to our world today is a very important subject for him, actually, and he is very knowledgeable. So he would have loved to come, but unfortunately it will be for next time. But I'm sure he will come and join you for another event. For me, I discovered the peace treaty of Melno when I received your invitation. So I browsed through various articles, but what really intrigued me, I was intrigued, by the uniqueness of this place, actually, the eventful history, and I'm also a political officer, and the geopolitical situation has been mentioned already. So if you look through the papers and you see articles on the Kaliningrad transit, on the border, Kibatai is a very prominent place, actually. So I thought, I cannot really finish my assignment here in Lithuania without coming and joining you and taking a little bit of insight home on what you will be discussing today. And after all, the Treaty of Melno was a peace treaty, right? And as banal as it sounds, but peace still is the main precondition for the well-being of our society and the development of our states. So let me thank you once again. I wish you a very fruitful debate. And since I have the floor, I would like to say I thank all Lithuanians for what you are doing, what you did for the Ukrainian people, and what you are still doing. This is really outstanding. Thank you very much, and hope for a very successful conference.
Well, thank you, sir. Now, atsiprašau, automatiškai. Su džiaugsmu pristatau sekantį sveikintoją Lietuvos Respublikos Seimo narį.
To introduce Dr. Algirdas Butkevičius, which is the member of the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania. The floor is yours. Good morning, dear conference attendees. First of all, I'd like to extend my thanks to the conference organizers who named this forum as an international scientific conference in Kybartai. And thank you to our guests who have joined us in Kybartai, also the member of the representative of the German embassy, and also the Bundestag representative, and also the representative and other guests and representatives. And it's gratifying that this international scientific conference takes place here in Kybartai instead of Vilnius or Kaunas, where the local societies are really used to various international conferences organized there. Why am I focusing on scientific conference? Because we remember the knowledge we have, the understandings we have, and our experience when we face issues in our lives and problems. And when emotions start taking over, I always say that we need something, we lack something to control our emotions, so that we could address those unexpected problems we face today and experience in our lives. And I believe that also demonstrates how important and meaningful this international scientific conference is. Another highlight I'd like to make is that we're talking about the Peace of Melno. I believe that one of the most relevant and important things in our life in Lithuania and throughout the world, which is a goal as well, namely peace, and when it will prevail in the world. I believe, and it's a pity that there are cruel people throughout the world who cannot, who believe that free people can be militarily conquered and enslaved. I've read in a book recently that this is impossible. It's impossible to make a free person to be forced to be not free again. And I believe it's important that we are looking at the history, because we create things in our lives when looking at the history we have, and then it's much easier to address the nowadays problems on this basis. So thank you, and I wish you fruitful and successful conference and discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Algirdas Butkevičius, the member of Lithuania. As Vytautas Šlapkauskas mentioned, we are going to talk about war and peace, which is related to security. Therefore, I'm giving floor to Professor Dr. Snieguolė Matulienė, the Dean of the Public Security Academy of Mykolo Romerio University, one of the organizers of this conference. Hello. Good day. I would like to address you all as Sūduvians. I wouldn't like to say esteemed members of parliament and ambassadors, etc. We are here, therefore we are Sūduvians. And there are economic and political and security things to be discussed. Several years ago, we kept saying that public security science should be there. And therefore, we have to go and look at the past and what ensures that security. And actually, Melno, the peace treaty of Melno, had 500 years of its life. That's a lot, and we have to take its importance and understand its importance to international peace treaties and its consequences that throughout the world. And we're looking at Russia, at Ukraine, and we are Asia as well. And I believe that the peace treaty is the most important agreement between the countries. And I believe that today's discussions will be the precondition to the future decisions. Only listening is not enough. After listening, we would like to have serious arguments and say that the history is repeating itself. The arguments are the same, and I wish that the security culture and freedom culture flourishes. And we have deep tradition of it in Lithuania, in the Sūduva land. And even though we can say that it's a melancholy Sūduva, but actually we are remaining, we are surviving, and I wish that Sūduva remains for another thousands of years, and that we make good constructive decisions. And I wish that we have a very productive day today, because the speakers will deliver very interesting presentations in terms of many aspects. So have a nice day. Now the floor is given to Königsberg land Lithuanian community chairman Sigitas Šampolskis. The floor is yours. Esteemed guests and inhabitants of this land and attendees, I'm here in Kybartai in my own land because I studied here. But I'd like to extend my welcome from the Lithuanian community of Königsberg, which is working practically underground. This month, Lithuanian language was banned in 28 schools. 7 Lithuanian ensembles or bands were abolished that were spreading the culture, and there were and our young people are forced to kill. So that is a very sad reality of today. Thank you so much, anyway, for inviting me here to this conference. And I'd like to say a few words about Melno. My origins are rooted in Prussian nobility. And my ancestors are from the location close to Melno. And we're going to visit that location on the 1st and 2nd of October with Kaunas ensembles. So my relatives who live in Germany now, in 1944, before they were evicted or died, they spoke Lithuanian. So the Melno motto is not fully true, not fully rightful. It divided the same Sūduvian land to Deima, to Labuva. That's where the boys should have gone. So that was not implemented fully. But I have hopes, and I have visions that this border could move very fast. So let's be hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you. I can only confirm what this gentleman said. that in my childhood, Lithuanian language was spoken on this side and the other side, regardless that Russians were settled here. I will say it nastily, excuse me. Russians didn't manage to shoot us all. Still some Lithuanians are left, and we will withstand this storm. Thank you. Thank you for the optimistic words. Excuse me, I lied. I have information that we have guests of Mr. Ernest Lukashevich, representative of United States Riflemen Organization. Maybe Mr. Eldas, you also would like to give improvised words of greeting to us. Good day to everyone here in Sūduva. I'm happy to be able to welcome you all here on this exceptional occasion, 600 years of peace treaty of Melno. 600 years is a grand and joyful date for Lithuania. The border was drawn, and as Sigitas mentioned, who knows how it might turn out in the future. Let us hope. Also, I want to congratulate you on behalf of Riflemen of the United States of America. We are active there for many years. We are patriots of Lithuania, and we work in that country for the benefit of the United States of America and for Lithuania. So, welcome you once more. I'm happy to be here. Let me wish you a good conference, good foods, and let us stick together. Let us stick with Lithuania. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, the first session, opening session is over. All greeting words were spoken, and now we will gladly hear out the presentations. As you see, there are many interesting reports, so I joyfully would like to invite Mr. Alfred Lammers, professor from Germany, member of German's Bundestag.
Is it okay from the sound? Wonderful. Dear Dr. Josas Olekas, my good friend from the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, now member of the European Parliament, Excellency, dear Algirdas Butkevičius, dear Senate Chairman Romas Prakapas, dear Deputy Chairman of the German Embassy, Dr. Buschmann, I welcome you and great to see you again. Dear Professor Senegole Matuliene, dear Mr. Vytautas Šlapkauskas, dear Vitas Girdauskas, Mr. Mayor Algirdas Neberka, dear Professor Virgis Valentinavičius, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your welcome words, and especially thanks Vytautas Šlapkauskas for inviting me to this great international conference. Today at a special place like this in Kybartai at the border to Kaliningrad. It is my great privilege to participate here at the Kybartai Cultural Center in the forum Sūduva, a conference dedicated to the 600th anniversary of the Melno Peace Treaty and its important role for the security architecture in Europe and Lithuania. The Melno Treaty has determined the Prussian-Lithuanian border over hundreds of years, and parts of it survived. Just right here, one of the oldest and most stable borders within Europe. Today I was asked not to speak about history, not to speak about tradition, but to speak about the current Russia's fatal war of aggression against Ukraine and the international security, and our clean and united answer to Putin. To discuss about the security architecture and sustainable peace is more than ever a must in these dangerous, dark and most challenging times for our continent and the whole world since the Second World War. When we woke up on the 24th of February 2022, the world had changed overnight. Since then, there is war in the middle of Europe. It has changed Ukraine, it has changed Europe, it has changed the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and international security as a whole. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has turned our worst fears into reality. It has opened the gravest security crisis in Europe in the past 77 years since World War II and threatens the global security and international architecture. It has caused enormous human suffering and destruction, death and severe pain to millions of innocent people in Ukraine. Even the last one in Europe should have lost any illusions about Russia and brutal Putin on the 24th of February, when Russian tanks crossed the Ukrainian borders. Since the beginning of the war, the Ukrainians are under attack, and its history and cultural heritage too. 2,300 educational institutions have been hit, and 286 have been destroyed. Many schools across Ukraine have been the target of attacks again and again. We all remember how Putin falsely declared in his bizarre speeches on the 21st and 24th of February that Ukraine would not have any legitimacy as a nation state, and its cultural heritage would be an inalienable part of Russia's own history and culture, while Ukraine has, of course, a manifold, unique history and culture by its own. For years, Putin was lying to everyone, to all Western heads of state and government, and even to its own people and soldiers. Only one time he was not lying, when he spoke about his imperial ambitions to rebuild the Soviet Union. I remember quite well how Putin said in his State of the Nation's address on the 25th of April 2005 that the biggest catastrophe of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. For me, it was the best moment in the history of Europe. As the Baltic states and more countries were able to get free of the communism, and many joined the Euro-Atlantic structures. The Euro-Atlantic structures were built up step by step in the past almost 8 decades, and numerous agreements and treaties have contributed to create today's international rule-based architecture, many signed by the Russian Federation too. Now Russia attempts to change the borders of Ukraine by force against all basic principles of the international law. The Russian soldiers need to be held accountable for all war crimes and violations of humanitarian law. The Kremlin's cruel war against Ukraine has been a total breach with the civilized world and an assault on international law and order, sovereignty and territorial integrity, written down in the UN Charter and in many, many treaties. This is why it is not only an attack against Ukraine, it is an attack against us all, against humanity, against our peace, security, and our values. And this needs, ladies and gentlemen, a very clear answer. It's our duty to continue to counter together the Kremlin's attempts to destroy the foundations of our international security and stability. Moreover, Putin's continuous nuclear threats and rhetoric are enormously irresponsible and destabilizing. Also, the situation at the Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant is highly concerning. Just 10 days back, the International Atomic Energy Agency said that the current situation is untenable. In the past years, Putin recklessly tried to achieve his goals by military force, by terror, violation and human rights, and kept working towards the destabilization of many regions worldwide for a long time. When he attacked Georgia in 2008, when he built up massively strategic military in many regions, like he militarized Kaliningrad with stationing mobile short-range ballistic missile systems, and even built up massive military arsenal in the Arctic, led a military intervention in Syria, when he sent Russia-backed Wagner fighters to Mali, and continues to destabilize the African country, sent new threats again and again to Moldova, continues to undermine stability in Bosnia and Herzegovina with Bosnian Serb pro-Russian leader Milorad Dodik, and keeps attempting to undermine NATO enlargement. Ladies and gentlemen, NATO summit in Madrid sent a clear message to Putin. And this message is NATO keeps strong and remains fit for the future across land, air, sea and space, and I'm fully convinced of that. The NATO summit in Madrid on the 29th and 30th of June was one of the most important, if not the most important, summit since NATO was founded in 1949. As war returned to the European continent, I think for many of us, this is incredible. The historic summit has clearly shown that allies stand united and strongly together. The heads of state and government agreed on further supporting measures in response to Russia's war against Ukraine. And they adopted the new strategic concept to modernize NATO for a more dangerous strategic reality and the complex geopolitical environment of today. We remember the last strategic concept, which was adopted in 2010 at the summit in Lisbon, where I participated. You others, you will remember, as NATO PA president at the opening ceremony, still referred to Russia as a strategic partner, and it even didn't mention China. It was a totally different reality. The new strategic concept finds strong answers to Russia and other threats like terrorism, cyber, and hybrid threats. And for the first time, It clearly addresses the challenges posed by China. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, NATO acted united and decisively to send a strong signal to the Kremlin. Every single centimeter within NATO territory will be defended by all 30 allies. NATO leaders clearly stated. As I always said, Article 5 is carved in stone, and you can rely on it completely. Therefore, heads of states and government agreed in Madrid to bring their forces to a new level of ambition by, first, deploying more combat forces. I strongly welcome the decision to reshape the forces on the eastern flank of NATO. The multinational NATO battle group in the Baltic states, Poland and Romania, will be increased from the size of a battalion to the size of a brigade. That's a good signal. I also strongly welcome that NATO decided already earlier this year to send 4 additional multinational battle groups to Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Slovakia. Now we have multinational troops in 8 countries of NATO's territory, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, for the first time in the alliance history. In response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, NATO had already activated its defense plans on the 24th of February. As decided at the summit in Madrid, NATO response forces will increase from 40,000 to 300,000. Moreover, the United States have deployed over 20,000 additional forces to Europe, providing defense and deterrence, and has currently 100,000 forces throughout our continent. And third, having more equipment. Further, heads of state and government agreed to station military equipment and facilities in frontline nation in order to further enhance its credible deterrence. With the NATO multinational core northeast in Stettin, we are prepared to defend every part of NATO territory in the east, including the Suwałki Gap to Russia's militarized Kaliningrad. We know NATO is only as strong as its weakest link. With activating NATO's defense plans and deploying additional troops, it is once more clear that an attack against one member state will always be an attack against all allies. NATO clearly maintains credible deterrence and defense. It sends a strong message for Putin that there is a big red line that NATO will not allow to be crossed. Our alliance stands ready to defend each member at any time. Ladies and gentlemen, already in response to Russia's massive military build-up to the Ukrainian borders before the invasion, NATO allies reacted promptly. 10 days before Russia started the brutal invasion in Ukraine on the 14th of February, the first contingent of German troop reinforcements, howitzer and additional military vehicles arrived in Rukla as a clear signal of allied cohesion and common responsibility. The enhanced forward presence battle group is ready to defend Lithuanian territory whenever needed. At present, there are around 1,000 German soldiers and 1,600 soldiers altogether stationed here in Lithuania. I'm sure Putin and the Kremlin did not expect us to be that strong, defend our NATO territory and support Ukraine against their brutality. I'm very pleased that Lithuania and Germany are working together so closely, and thank your country for providing such an exceptional host nation support for our troops in Rukla and Pabrada. A friend of mine recently read the following sentence in the House of European History Museum in Brussels. There is no free Europe without freedom of Baltic nations. These words are deep in my heart and in my mind. And I promise the Baltic states will never stand alone. We will always be at your side. During the summit in Madrid, NATO members also decided to formally invite Finland and Sweden to join our alliance. Now the ratification process in all 30 member states is taking place. Although of Turkish President Erdogan's initial opposition, it is likely that Turkey will ratify the accession protocols. I hope so. You will take care for this. With Finland and Sweden as new NATO members and with their defense capabilities, the alliance will become even more strong, and it will significantly boost the Euro-Atlantic security and strengthen the security in the Baltic Sea region. NATO enlargement was never meant, and it's very important to say, never meant as a project against anyone. Every nation has a right to choose freely its own alliances without any interference from others. We will warmly welcome Finland and Sweden in the alliance, the same way as I have always supported your country, Estonia and Latvia, to join NATO and the EU, and I think all my parliamentarian friends of Lithuania, Estonia and Latvia, they know that it is the truth. So I am engaged here in Lithuania since more than 30 years. NATO enlargement was and is a project for sustainable peace, stability and democracy. We know how afraid Putin is to have democratic countries around him. He's afraid of this, not afraid of NATO, but afraid of democratic systems. Ladies and gentlemen, let me come to another great challenge to the Euro-Atlantic security, to our interests and values, which is reflected in NATO's strategic concept and was discussed at the summit in Madrid: China. Since years, China is using hybrid and cyber operations and disinformation campaigns. It tries to more and more control key technological and industrial sectors. In the past months, we had to experience how China did not clearly condemn Russia's war in Ukraine, joined Russia in stating its opposition to NATO's enlargement, and criticized Western sanctions instead. Moreover, there is a rapid export growth of oil and gas from Russia to China. Just days back, China and India took part in Russia's Vostok military exercises with more than 50,000 troops, 140 aircrafts and 60 warships involved. Ladies and gentlemen, just now we see, and the television and newspapers, the meeting in Samarkand between Xi Jinping and Putin during the 22nd Shanghai Cooperation Organization conference. I think let's be very careful and take a close look what's going on there between them and between all the autocrats and dictators meeting there. NATO underlines regarding China that it remains open to constructive engagement, but it also stands ready to enhance resilience and preparedness in the light of the challenges by China. According to the US, the Kremlin has asked China for military support. We should not forget, about 80% of China's arms import in the past 4 years were from Russia. even though China's defense industry is rapidly growing. We need to further closely monitor China and its challenges in a political, economic, and technological manner, and we need to reduce and avoid any further dependency of European states from China. Better soon than too late. At the same time, NATO will enhance its cooperation with its Indo-Pacific partners like Japan, South Korea, and Australia, whose leaders participated in a NATO summit for the first time. Especially in these days, there's another country that needs our solidarity, and that is Taiwan. I have been in Taiwan, I think, 6 times in my life. It's a great country. My whole life as a politician, I have strongly supported Taiwan and its people. During my last 2 visits to Vilnius in May, a few weeks ago, and just 2 weeks back, on the 2nd of September, I visited the Taiwanese representative office here in Vilnius and met with its representative. It's great that Lithuania plans to open a trade office in Taiwan soon. China has no right to threaten peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. All this makes us understand how valuable and worth it is to protect and defend our alliance and partners of like-minded democratic countries. Looking forward to the challenges for our continent, let me emphasize, Russia's invasion in Ukraine was a total turning point in Europeans and world history. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz called it a Zeitenwende. On the 27th of February at the German Parliament, a historic shift. Putin has declared war, not only against Ukraine. He wants much more. He wants to destroy the European order, to destabilize our democracies, to undermine our Western social model. Everything that threatens his dictatorship, and this is why he attacks it with all means, by military, hybrid measures, cybercrimes, disinformation campaigns, and the use of resources as a weapon. The past 6 months have changed the face of Europe and of our world. First, tanks are rolling in Europe again. Second, the rules-based order in Europe and the world is massively challenged and put into question. Third, Russia's war against the Ukrainians is linked to blackmailing the West for natural gas, oil, and coal. Fourth, large parts of the world are facing a massive hunger crisis. Fifth, who will be ever willing, that's my question, to give up on nuclear weapons if a nuclear power threatens other states with the use of such weapons? A fatal war with devastating effects. My urgent demand to the Russian President Putin is stop this war now. Respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. What can we do? I think the best thing is deliver weapons. The success of past days and weeks shows that the Ukrainians can win back their territory from the Russians if they have enough weapons. So I appreciate that the German defense minister announced yesterday that Germany will supply 2 more Mars 2 multiple rocket launches, including 200 rockets, to Ukraine, and will send 50 Dingo armed personal carriers. And we speak in Germany about the opportunity to send modern Leopard 2 tanks, but that is not yet decided. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone who says that we provoke and threaten Russia by sending more and more weapons to Ukraine is wrong. Putin is acting independently from that and finds wrong narratives and false justifications for everything he wants to do as he always did in the past. And let us become independent from gas and oil. We were dependent from this, especially Germany. Lithuania acted decisively and became the first country in the European Union that gained independence from Russian gas supplies. You already made years back the right decision for a coherent energy policy. And regarding to sanctions against Russia have clearly an enormous impact on the economic situation of the country. How effective the sanctions are becomes once more obvious as Russia is now going to purchase rockets and artillery shells from North Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, last point, ban visa for Russian tourists. In some countries in the European Union, people think we should not hand over Schengen visa to Russian people. My position is clear. As long as day per day innocent people in Ukraine are getting killed, I can and will not imagine that Russian citizens come here just for fun, for holidays and for shopping tours. For them, the borders to Paris and London, to Berlin and Vilnius must be closed. The gates to Pyongyang and Minsk are open. I think the exception is naturally applies to victims of persecution and for humanitarian reasons. At the end of my speech, let me conclude. Allow me to quote some words going to my heart from the Ukrainian national anthem. And this means, the glory and freedom of Ukraine has not yet perished. We will not spare either our souls or bodies to get freedom. These are the words from the Ukrainian national anthem. So, dear friends and ladies and gentlemen, let us stand together and keep strong. The history of Europe in the 20th century has taught us, among many things, peace and security don't come for free. We all need to continue to work together closely and support each other whenever needed. To be member of NATO and the European Union is a life insurance. No member country of the alliance has ever been attacked by another state, but we cannot take this for granted. We all together need to do our utmost to deter violent Russia and other enemies, whoever tries to attack us. Nur shirjei dekoju už jūsų dėmesį. Danke.
Karlai, dar vieną akimirką, prašau, palauk.
Mūsų Seimo nario,
Our member of Parliament,
Butkevičius
the name of Algirdas Butkevičius, MP, our speaker, Karl Lammers, will be rewarded with a portfolio. Thank you once more, Mr. Professor, for his presentation. Discussions will take place at the end of the forum. If you have any wish to discuss earlier, you can do it during the coffee break. I'm happy to be able to introduce the next speaker. It's Professor Dr. Rolf Leiserowitz from the German History Institute, located in Warsaw.
Ačiū už kvietimą.
Ačiū už kvietimą. Yra puiku, tai yra didelė garbė prisidėti prie šios konferencijos. Ką Melno taika šiandien reiškia mums?
In the beginning, I asked, is it a piece of parchment that should arouse our reverence? Was the meeting of the envoys, the diplomats, in the autumn of 1422 at a small lake with an area of 1.5 square kilometers near Grudziądz or Graudenz so significant? The Teutonic Order had already been defeated militarily by the Polish-Lithuanian armies in 1410. That means in Tannberg, Žalgiris, or Grunwald. No, it seems that the Peace of Melno is about a territorial agreement reached by different parties, which became so famous because it was able to last for a very long time. Yes, one can still perceive its geographical traces today. I will list 6 points below in my short presentation. It is about, first, aspects of the prehistory, second, the disputed territory, third, details of the conclusion of the treaty. Point 4 is about border and demarcation. Point 5, a narrative that should be questioned. And I will conclude with point 6, my conclusion. We start with point 1, some aspects of the prehistory. As I had already indicated, the Teutonic Order had been clearly defeated militarily by the Polish-Lithuanian armies at the Battle of in 1410. But the subsequent Peace of Thorn in 1411 did not bring any final decisions for the next decades. This is a very interesting fact that an unambiguous military result does not make a valid peace. It is true that the order had to pay, among other benefits, the sum equivalent to more than 22 tons of silver. This sum proved to be a great financial burden from which the order was never to recover. Nevertheless, the Poles and Lithuanians had to continue negotiating with the Grand Master of the order or force him to give in. Let's go here. The next. Sorry.
Could we have some help here?
Thank you. Sorry for this interruption. Yes, I said, nevertheless, the Poles and Lithuanians had to continue negotiating with the Grand Master of the order or force him to give in. This was clearly a matter of territorial issues, and so let us turn to the question of what territories the parties were fighting over. If I were now to give a lecture to a Polish audience, all Polish territorial claims, both fulfilled and unfulfilled, would of course play a role. However, since I speak to a Lithuanian audience, I focus on the Lithuanian aspects. I would like to emphasize that the treaty whose 600th anniversary we are celebrating here include far more issues than those concerning Lithuania. I mention it here explicitly because it often appears or it's told differently from the Lithuanian point of view. Point 2, the disputed territory. I don't know what it is. So. I quote, between Livonia and Samogitsia, Lithuania and Russian be the boundaries, beginning at the river called Šventąja, where the Sate River enters the sea, going up the same river to the ancient boundaries between Samogitsia, Lithuania, Russia, and Livonia, on the other side being held and guarded, but not to those limits which are sealed by it at the time, but to those
kitų ribų, kurios nuo senovės saugojamos tarptų žemių.
This passage of the Treaty of Melno is the most often quoted because with it Samogitsia finally became part of the Grand Duchy again. It also meant that the Teutonic Order had to bury its dream of a large state in connection with the Livonian Order. Other descriptions of the future border demarcations are hardly known. They are also much more difficult to quote because they always include the explanation and what was the big wilderness, which it mentioned several times in the description. The big wilderness, or in Latin loca deserta or campi deserti inhabitati, is a historical term used in the descriptions by the Teutonic Order.
Rusijos kraštų pasienio su LDK ruožas.
It was a strip of partially inhabited or completely uninhabited.
Tai buvo gyvenamų ir visai negyvenamų žemių juosta Lietuvos didžioji kunigaikštystė Prūsijos ir Livonijos kraštų pasienio su LDK ruožas. Dykra driekėsi mažojoje Lietuvoje, Suvalkijoje, Užnemunėje, Žemaitijos vakaruose ir šiaurėje. Aukštaitijos šiaurėje taip pat. Istorijos šaltiniuose sąvoka vartojama gūdžioms, neišvengiamoms girioms apibūdinti. Tai miškingi, pelkėti, ežeringi, upingi plotai. Juos minėjo per LDK keliavę kitų šalių pasiuntiniai. Rominskos mieškas ir Belovežo giria yra paskutinės liekanos tos didžiosios dykros, kadaise egzistavusios. Bet čia mes sugrįžtame atgal prie sutarties teksto. Kadangi Lietuvos didžioji kunigaikštystė buvo priskirtos Sūduvių žemės, ir aš cituoju, pradedant nuo Mazovijos kunigaikščių ribų pabaigos, nuo Luko upės, nuo brastos, vadinamos akmeninė brasta, Kamenai brod, kur yra Luko aukštupyje, aukščiau už Graivą ir Tučiliovo ežerą. Nuo tos vietos einant tiesiai per dykrą iki pat ežero, kuris vadinamas Raigardu. Taip pat, kad pusė to ežero priklausytų viešpatis Lietuvos kunigaikščių žemėms, o kita pusė ordino žemėms. Nuo to ežero tiesiu takeliu einame per dykrą iki tam tikros lygumos pavadintos Preivastė. Nuo tos lygumos vėl reikia keliauti tiesiai iki kitos lygumos, vadinamos Merūniške. Iki tos vietos, kur yra Vištyčio ežeras. Taip, tas ežeras visas pasilikto ordino pusė ir nuo to ežero, kaip galima tiesiog eiti iki vadinamos Lieponą ištakų. Nuo tos upės reikia eiti ten, kuri įteka į Širvintos upę, o toliau leidžiant iš Širvintos upę iki tos vietos, kur ji įteka į Šešupės upę. Toliau keliaujant tiesiog per dykrą iki Nemuno upės kranto, kur iš priešingos pusės yra upė, vadinama Šventąja, ten, kur ta šventoji įteka į minėtąją Nemuno upę. Paskutinėje dalyje aprašymo galima lengvai pamatyti visą sienos išdėstymą, kurį jūs žinote ir šiandien. Mes prie to aspektų grįšim vėliau. Dabar trečias punktas, kai kurios sutarties sudarimo detalės. Rugsėjo 27 dieną 1422 metais dėrybos kryžiuočių ordino su Lenkijos karalystė ir su Lietuvos didžiąja kunigaikštystė. Baigėsi taikos sutarties sudarimo, tačiau ji netapo legaliai susaistanti iki gegužės 18 metų 1423 metais, kai tada sutartis buvo patvirtinta antspaudu ir ratifikavimo instrumentai jais buvo apsikeista. 8 derybininkai didžiojo magistro ir 8 derybininkai iš Lietuvos pusės ir iš Lenkijos pusės kiekvienas turėjo dokumentą pasirašytą savo šalies ir tai buvo objektyvų versija. Sutartis buvo sudaryta patvirtinta spaudais rugsėjo 27 dieną. Po to kiekviena pusė įteikė sutarties kopiją kitai šaliai. Galutinis sutarties dokumentas, sudarytas valstybių vadovų, turėjo būti sudarytas remiantis šio dokumentu. Tai turėjo padaryti greitai, tačiau ordino lyderiai ilgą laiką delsė ir bandė rasti kitą sprendimą. Paulis von Rusdorfas, didysis magistras, tuo metu užėmęs postą, kuris nebuvo labai talentingas kariškis, buvo linkęs pripažinti taikos sutartį, tačiau jis mėgino išsaugoti ordino prestižą Romos Graikijos imperijoje. Na ką, šitą prezentaciją ekrane neatsispindi, mes tęsime ją be paveiksliukų. Tai nebuvo lengva. Didysis kunigaikštis pakartotinai prašė ordino, kad jie laikytųsi dokumento, kai buvo aišku ordinui, kad jokios pagalbos iš trečių šalių negalima tikėtis. Ir tada galiausiai įvyko dokumento pripažinimas. Nepaisant to, tai buvo ilgai trukęs procesas. Buvo daugybė bandymų pakeisti šios sutarties išvadas. Nepaisant to, Vytautas 1435 metais didysis magistras Rusdorfas sudarė Bresto taiką su kunigaikščiu Jogaila. Tai buvo vienas be daugybės kitų faktorių. Šios sutartys sienos buvo nustatytos per Melno taikos sutartį ir jos buvo patvirtintos. Vėlesniuose paminėjimuose šito sutarimo dėl sienos Bresto taikos koncepcija 1435 metais buvo dažnai naudojama. Labai dažnai pamirštant, kad ši sienos demarkacija buvo paremta Melno taika sudaryta 1422 metais. Tačiau aš turiu pabrėžti, kad Bresto mažai žinomas miestas, tačiau turėtas omeninys, o Brestas Kujavi, dabartinėje Lenkijoje. Kujavijos Brestas. Kodėl aš miniu šitą taiką? Nes jinai turėjo sąlygą, kurios neturėjo Melno sutartis. Ji pateikė prieštaravimus sutarčiai su popiežium arba Romos Graikijos karaliumi. Kodėl aš tai miniu? Melno taikos sutartis buvo sudaryta prieš foną visokių tarptautinių tęstinių susipainiojimų. Romos Graikijos karalius Sigismundas iš Liuksemburgo, popiežius Martynas V, Lenkijos karalius, Mazovijos kunigaikščiai. Taip pat ir imperijos atstovai turėjo kiekvienas savo žodį. Tuo metu karalius Zigmundas iš Bohemijos, kuris buvo kryžiuočių ordino sąjungininkas, dalyvavo husitų karuose Bohemijoje. Husitai, juos remia savanorių armija vadovaujama Žygimanto Kaributaičio, kuris buvo sūnėnas didžiojo kunigaikščio Vytauto. Tokiu būdu mes matome, kad sutarties dėrybos buvo apibūdinamos stiprių Europos tarpusavio sąsajų, priklausomybių ir interesų, kurios buvo galima išspręsti tik per kompromisą. Ir punktas 5 - sienos demarkacija ir ribų tyrimas. Kai šita buvo taika sudaryta, nebuvo jokio poreikio iškart nubrėžti sienas ir paskirti sprendimo priimčios populiacijų grupės. Kaip žinom, 20 amžiaus 1422 metais nebuvo jokios nustatytos sienos zonos, kaip mes sužinome iš aukščiau cituoto aprašymo. Tačiau Aš norėčiau paminėti vieną svarbų faktą susijusi su sienos demarkacija. Apie tai Tomas Čelkis daug dirbo, istorikas iš Vilniaus. Ir aš pasinaudosiu laisvę jį čia detaliai pacituoti. Citata. Vakarinės sienos suardinių nustatymo akcija buvo kokybiškai naujas sienų sampratos raidos etapas. Pirmą kartą 1920 metais sienų projekte minimi matai, tai yra mylios. O 1926 metais limitacijai gausiai naudoti dirbtiniai riboženkliai. Atlikti matavimai minimi apgyvendinta pasienį žymėję keliai. Visa tai liudija atsirandančias linijinės sienos sampratos apraiškas. Tuo metu nubrėžta kryptimi vyks tolesnė sienų sampratos Lietuvos didžiojoje kunigaikštystėje raida. Visas šitas įrodymas rodo. Tuo metu sienų kryptis buvo nustatyta ir tai rodo sienų sampratos vystymąsi LDK. Tai reiškia modernizacija. Tačiau, kaip galim sužinoti iš toliau sekusių įvykių, apibrėžimas ir žymėjimas sienos buvo labai svarbus taikos šalims. Žinoma, sienos tyrimas nepraėjo lengvai. Buvo nepasitikėjimas iš abiejų pusių. Galime skaityti apie tai išsaugostame susirašinėjime tarp šalių. Greitai, netrukus iki Kalėdų 1423 metais Kryžiuočių ordino nariai pastebėjo, kad ordino emisarai ir Vytauto didžiojo emisarai susitiko Memelyje dėrėtis dėl sienų. Šios dėrybos žlugo, kadangi Vytautas norėjo nustumti sieną iki pat Memelio upės ištakų. Žodžiu, atsiprašau. Taip pat yra minima darbas istoriko Jano Dlugošo, kad 1423 metais didysis magistras ordino susitiko su Vytautu ir Jogailu Veliuonoje, kad aptarti sienos žymėjimą. Šalims reikėjo sutarti dėl matavimo vieneto. Kaip teigiama, Vytautas turėjo vėliau pamiršo informuoti komisarą, koks mato vienetas buvo naudojamas. Pavyzdžiui, toliau sakomėse laiške didysis kunigaikštis pasiskundė, kad matavimo siūlas, kurį naudojo ordino atstovas, buvo daug ilgesnis negu tas, kurį turėjo Lietuvos atstovas. Mes sužinome apie šitos triukus iš ordino archyvų. Aš esu tikra, kad yra labai daug įrašų, kad ordino matininkas taip bandė sukčiauti. Apie tai galim rasti kitą skyrių. Slaptas sienų perstumdymas galiausiai yra niekinga praktika, kuri ir paplitus yra šiandien. Kaip galima matyti iš Rusijos veiksmų Rusijos veiksmų Sakartvele. Tačiau šaltinis iš 1425 metų nurodo, kad sienos matavimas nuo Šešupės zonos buvo baigtas. Taip pat vėlesniuose dešimtmečiuose ir amžiuose atskirai nuo atnaujintų sienos linijos patvirtinimų buvo reikalavimai tikrinti sienos eigą, kad iš naujo permatuoti ją kas 5 metai. Tai buvo iš tiesų intensyvi priežiūra ir kompromisas. Apie tai yra labai daug ataskaitų. Ir dabar eisime prie 5 punkto. Naratyvas, kurį reikia kvestionuoti. Kaip aš minėjau pradžioje, dėrybos tarp Kryžiuočio ordino, Lenkijos karalystės ir Lietuvos didžiosios kunigaikštystės užsibaigė taikos sutartimi rugsėjo 27 dieną 1422 metais prie Melno ežero. Ir tačiau sutartis tapo legaliai saistanti tik tai gegužės 18 1423 metais, kai sutartis buvo patvirtinta spaudais ir buvo ratifikavimo instrumentais apsikeista. Šis faktas įprastai neminimas istorijos vadovėliuose, tačiau ši diena yra labai įdomi sąsajoje su istorinė vieta. Mainai, apsikeitimas dokumentais įvyko Lietuvos didžiojoje kunigaikštystėje tik tai 100 km atstumu nuo Kybartų, tai yra Veliuonai. Ši vieta suvaidino įdomų vaidmenį tame amžiuje. Didysis kunigaikštis Vytautas turėjo naują pilį pastatyti čia 1411 metais, po to, kai ordinas sudegino ankstesnis pilis. Pilės apsaugai buvo sukurtas mažas miestelis, kuriame Vytautas pastatė bažnyčią pačiam pakrašty 1418-21 metais. Prieš šioje pačioje pilyje įvyko svarbus susitikimas, kur sutikdavo Lietuvos kunigaikščiai su ordino magistrais. Ir čia buvo ratifikuota Melno taikos sutartis gegužį 1423 metų. Ir šiuo tikslu didis magistras Paul Rusdorf ir didis kunigaikštis Vytautas bei kunigaikštis Lenkijos Jogaila, jie čia susitiko. Ir šio svarbus susitikimo metu vyko pirmo pokalbį dėl sienos išmatavimo vėl. Ir aš noriu jūsų paklausti, kodėl mes kalbam apie Melno sutartį ir 1422 metus, kodėl nekalbam apie Veliuoną ir gegužį 1423 metus. Ten gali būti labai daug klausimų ir atsakymų, kurie neturėtų riboti jūsų vaizduotės ir kūrybiškumo. Išvada. Ką ši apžvalga mus išmoko? Net jeigu istorija yra sutrumpinta iki patrauklaus naratyvo ir taip mums perduota, yra verta pasigilinti į kontekstą ir pasidaryti savas išvadas. Užtruko šiek tiek laiko, kol, jeigu ne dešimtmečius, kol abi šalys sutiko su šio kompromisu ir su šiomis demarkacijomis sienomis. Didysis kunigaikštis Vytautas negalėjo išpildyti savo noro dominuoti Memelio žiotyse, o kryžiuočių ordinas turėjo palaidoti savo svajonę sukurti imperiją kartu su Livonijos ordinu. Taigi tai buvo išankstinės sąlygos, kad per ateinančius amžius atsirado daug gražių miestelių pasienio regione. Čia matote Johansburgo arba Saudargo miestelio planą. Galiausiai vokiečiai ir lietuviai gavo naudos ilgą laiką iš šitų problemų. Susitarimas buvo reguliariai peržiūrimas ateinančio amžiaus eigoje ir ta peržiūra išliko. Ir to rezultatas šimtmečius trukę kompromisai, netgi jeigu ir kelias iki jų buvo labai sunkus. Ačiū Jums labai. Thank you, Professor Rutleserovitz, for interesting report. Please forgive us for technical difficulties. I would like to remind you, dear Ruta and Mr. Parliament, Algirdas Bukevičius, MP would like to award you with a portfolio of our conference. Would like to invite the last report, Algirdas Girdauskas, to give last presentation before the coffee break.
So good day. It's not easy for me to speak here, partly because I'm neither professor nor doctor, but also because it's the last presentation before the coffee break. So the purpose of my presentation is to present the Sūduvian tribes, determine the time period when they lived, the area where they lived, describe the their members and discuss the problem areas. Some things were already mentioned before, so sorry for the repetition you may hear. Let's start with the map of the Baltic tribes. The 4th or 3rd century BC. Actually, the historians that research that time period and they use their information state that this area was inhabited by a mix of tribes and cultures. Where you can see green color, it's the Iron Age, 6th Age BC, and afterwards the person is who we know as Claudius Ptolemy, who said as follows. On his map, he said that there were some Sūduva. Russian chronicles mention Yetvagi, and other names, and historians have discussions about it and arguments about it. I'm not a historian, I may not argue about it. The Knights of Moser, they referred to these nations as Polaxiani tribes. And most often, in German tradition, they are known as Sudovians. Slavic nations, they call them Yotvingians, and the Poles call them Polaxiani tribes. And if we have a look at what Petras Visgrudietis says, it is described as Sūduva and Sūduvians. Some others refer them to Sūdis, originating from Sūduva River, Yotvingians from Yotiva, and Dainavians from Dainava River. How they looked like that. And so Claudius Ptolemy, on his map, published in 150th year, he shows Sūduva or Sūduvian land on the map. That was the first time ever. About timeline, we're talking about the 18th century BC, but the key developments are during the Iron Age, 1 millennium BC, and we can talk about the old Iron Age, century 1 to 4, when castle mounds are there, when mounds are made with trenches, and sometimes they are fortified with wooden walls made of vertical poles, and we can see burial places covered with stones. And in the first age, we have more serious castle mounds and burning the dead. The tribes of the 13th century are portrayed like that by scientists. You can see Lithuanians, Yotvingians, Sūduvians, and they referred to using those two names. You can see Druvians also. And the latest historian Zabiela's research shows that he sees no Druvian tribe imprints in the castle mounds close to here. Now about the territory where they live. The old culture is based on the castle mound and burial mound cultures on the right side of Nemunas, which was widespread. And this round plain burial mounds covered with stones and surrounded by stones. That's the current area of Belarus, also Dzūkija, Suwalkija, and some part of Poland. Historians say that Mozurian lakes on the west and the river Neman on the east. And on the north, it is the middle of the river Šešupė, and that's the middle land between Kaunas and Jurbarkas. And on the south is closer to Brest, north to Brest, and this is the area bordered by these landmarks. This is how the area looks like. If you emailed me, I will send it to you, because it's hard to see. How did they live? Well, more or less like that. That's the security situation. Of course, it's militarized life. Fights and infighting, tribal infighting, and fights and wars between the tribes, then Slavs, fights with Slavs and wars with Slavs and Scandinavians, Swedes and Poles, Mozurians, and of course Germans and Crusaders. And the Episcopal Albert established Riga and also established the order of the Livonian Order of the Brothers of Sword. And the 13th age, Conrad, the Knight of Mazovia, invited crusaders to the Colvian land, and the Emperor of the Holy Rome gave him the rights to Lithuania. And after the Saulė battle that the order lost, these two Crusader and Livonian order of the Brothers of Sword decided to unite, to get united territorially. This is how they looked like. And first, the Brothers of Sword and the Crusaders. And the Polish historians show the territory like that. And these are Jotvingians, or otherwise they are known as Sūduvians, and this is the land where we're in now. What could ensure security? Many historians talk about various aspects, but the first and foremost is strong organizational structure of the tribes. So if there's a strong hierarchy, then the tribes could be strong and unite among themselves, but that didn't happen. What next? Next is the military force, and at first they were unstructured, later on they were structured, and later on knights started uniting them, their forces. On the other hand, arms are important. Actually, they were using the so-called bog or low-quality iron for their arms, for swords, and of course the art of war is very important. Then the tribal territories were expanded through wars and also through marriages, through deception, and you know that half of Sūduvian lands were given as a present to the Crusaders. So it was done through treaties and also capturing marches, military marches, and conquering marches were very important because they needed to ensure their peace for some time and supplies. Communication system. They used fire. It was a mobile system of castles. It were, let's say, using fire at the tops of towers of castles. And actually, Jotvingians or Sūduvians were very brave. They would rather kill themselves than become prisoners, and this is how they lived. And one of the security aspects is fortifications. Of course, it all started with castle mounds, which were fortified, and they started digging trenches and ditches around those living areas on the hills. They started doing embankments, they started building towers to see the territory. Currently, the archaeologists actually count about 1,000 castle mounds, and they believe in the territory of Lithuania. This is how the fortifications looked, and the castles would look like that. Usually a natural hill was selected, the top was shaved, and it was fortified. And in Iron Age, these are the fortifications usually made of straws and branches at first. And there were about 500 such castles on the 1,000 castle mounds. So in the middle Iron Age, the inhabitants started building two-story buildings, and the settlements were quite larger, and they had, quite good slopes, quite narrow slopes, hard to climb, and everything was more complicated, and the fortifications were made of wood, of timber, of beams, and about 10 to 20 families would live inside the inner area of that castle mound, and actually others would live next to the castle and castle mound. And there were various types of such castles, for example, defensive and other types of castles. And here you can see in the 13th century that these castles were reminding the castles we know of now. This is one of them. You see the town and the castle where castle defenders could hide, and Novgorod is also very important to Lithuanians. This is the later view. It's masonry. It is 13th to 16th century. And I will speak only about the time up to Peace Treaty of Melno. So, actually, Jotvingians and Sūduvians, for example, Skomantas, made their best in order to unite the tribes, but they failed. And Sūduvian and Jotvingian territory was shrinking, and Jagovici were established there, in Grodno, in Novgorod, on Novgorod, as we know, and they encroach on those lands. And then Crusader and Lithuanian and Prussian attacks and colonization helped to shrink the Sūduvian territory down to the Šešupė river. After the peace treaty of Melno, the Sūduva land was divided between the Polish kingdom and actually Poland and Lithuania. And the Dalyvaus are known as Lithuanians now, as Dzūkai. And part of that territory has turned into hunting areas which were rarely inhabited. And they were used for hunting or as military tracks by the borders, by Lithuanians, and later on by Russians. These territories are beautiful. And this is Shapira castle in Poland, in Zagreb. So what conclusions could be done based on archaeological research and chronicles? The Western Baltic tribes, based on the German tradition, they were called Sūduvians, and based on the Russian tradition, they were called Yotvingians. These are the same tribes. Number two, even though the tangible culture was strong and fortifications and castles, however, the lack of unification determined the fact the Yotvingians failed to survive. The survival was determined by the social organization level, and various attacks and wars also negatively contributed to that. Even though they had the same quality and level of castles and fortifications and arms, but the Sūduvian or Yotvingian tribes were assimilated and pushed out of their territories, and their militaristic character and love for freedom did not ensure the survival of the nation, and their excessive warrior type nature also contributed to their non-survival. And this history is sad. However, we're talking about the past of Sūduva, Sūduvians, and that we are rooted in Sūduvians. But there's no more Sūduvians, and we cannot speak that language. Thank you so much. On behalf of Algirdas Butkevičius, Member of Parliament, please allow me to give you a present to the speaker. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you for listening. That's the end of the first session. We'll have the first coffee break for 20 minutes. It's served right around the corner. We don't need to move to another building. So enjoy your coffee.
Kaip girdite mane, kaip girdite? 1212, kalbu. Kokių politinių tikslų ordinas siekia?
O tai gal tu arčiau girdisi ar ne?
Kaip girdisi?
Dar pašnekėk galbūt?
So, hello back. Hello was still coming back. So coffee break is always too short, but soon we will have long lunch break. I'm delighted to introduce our other presenter, Dr. Mr. Gintaras Šapoka from European Humanitarian University and also from Mykolo Romerio University, who will also give a report. Good day. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of the conference for inviting me to such interesting event. Also, I would like to briefly introduce the contents of my presentation. Even though my presentation should chronologically separate itself or limit itself with First Republic and of the period of its development, but looking at the Melno peace treaty, we can discover very interesting things of juridical technique. My presentation will consist of two parts. First part will be dedicated to its legal aspects in the sense of the legal technique, and in the second part I will return back to a restoration of our statehood in the first half of the 20th century. The complexity of Melno peace was emphasized by our historians of Lithuanians in interwar period. Mr. Levinsky said that final confirmation of Melno peace was possible only after attaching seals and after drawing walls, and this process was postponed for later time. Peace of Melno became exclusive agreement in the sense of legal technique. For the first time, such difficult process of consignation of agreement is recorded. The biggest detail was examined by German historians of law by accentuating that at the beginning it was agreement of negotiators was concluded, and only later, factually, the final agreement was concluded. Why such process was provided for? Still, it's necessary to understand that communication of those times wasn't as rapid as it is now. That's why when sending the negotiators and later contacting with rulers of countries, this time would be extended. Other thing, in Melno peace, ratification factor appears. And here we have very interesting moment from side of the order of Teutonic order. As party state. Ratification essentially manifests by sealing also by confirmation of all leaders of a country. Everything here depends on the traditions of particular country and what rule was in that country, what structure of rule was. And immediately it is emphasized by law historians that such moment, this ratification period, that it gave significant benefits to both parties to review the agreement and possibly make some amendments to it. From sources, it can be seen that parties of the agreement have agreed regarding first draft of this contract on 22nd of September, and negotiators of both sides were literally fighting for their interests, and especially fiercely Lithuanian and Polish camp, and the negotiators were settled in royal tent next to Melno lake, and this is what gave to this agreement the name. The Grand Master was informed that the agreement has been concluded. In the process of negotiation, Poles and Grand Duchy of Lithuania, more or less, they were dictating the conditions of this peace treaty. Meanwhile, negotiators were forced to renounce and to drop making objections, because their main objective was to conclude a peace. After negotiators on 26th of August promised each other that results of negotiations should be stable and favorable, immediately measures were initiated necessary for final termination of combat actions. Poles promised to liberate the part of occupied orders' lands. Speaking about tangible results of the negotiation, 8 negotiators of Grand Master and 8 negotiators of Grand Lithuanian Duchy and Poland had to prepare documents for their countries in objective form, with repeated or reiterated peace treaty text, and they sealed it on 27th of September. Afterwards, the parties had to exchange copies of the agreement, and here a question was raised for legal status of negotiators themselves. Does obligations undertaken by negotiators, are they legally binding? But by considering the practice of that time and national customs, it was regarded that negotiators, regardless of the title, they bind the state regarding undertaken obligations with one fundamental condition: if mandate of the ruler is granted. And how this mandate was expressed? It's interesting that from side of the order, no written authorization given to conclude peace was none. And on 27th of September, they were given a document in which it was indicated that the treaty has to be concluded, quoting, on special name and knowing with a condition. During the negotiations, the order renounced lots of property, thus losing Žemaitija or Samogitia region, with some conclusions, some conditions. He had to give away some lands to Poland, like Neso Castle and surrounding territory. And here is an important moment. That ratification moment had to happen. As it was explained back then, that this Ratification also consolidates and can bring in amendments to the contract, to the agreement. Also, it can reinforce the agreement. And the final, ultimate act completed with form of gifting of those transferred lands. The issue is that in case of the order, ratification process was much more complex. It was necessary to get authorization of Grand Master and his seal and signature, but also of separate mentioned rulers, contours. And it happens. Contour of Torun, after seeing that his lands are being cut out, he refused to sign it and put his seal. There are more such moments like this. Also, other illustrative thing is that in 1422, on November and December, the great Duke Vytautas addressed both Torune and Elbe contours, and later to the Grand Master himself, several times even, asking, are we concluding this treaty or not? Will there be everlasting peace or not? That treaty concluded by negotiators has legally binding necessity to the parties. There were no doubts about it, and it was regarded that this treaty even establishes mandatory consent. And this way, as if the process of conclusion of the treaty consists of three moments. First of all, agreeing rulers or parties, granting authorization to their negotiators. Second moment, conclusion of treaty by authorized negotiators. And third moment, ratification by rulers of agreeing parties, agreeing states. Special characteristic of this procedure was that rulers initially undertook to conclude the treaty based on parties which are established in writing by their negotiators, but this treaty becomes legally binding only after a ruler issues his document. And from the end of 14th century, there was a requirement in documents of the order. It had to be done by big cities and knights of the land. And this kind of becomes the process of ratification itself. However, this process of ratification has other meaning. Should we look from perspective of the order, we can partially say that nation is included into ratification of the treaty, what happens only in new times. From side of Germans, inclusion is much bigger, but as usually it was emphasized that it used to become conclusion of agreement, and big obstacle or impediment, that disagreement of one of the rulers could destroy the entire agreement, the treaty. Of course, these were political moments. Such destruction of treaties could be planned in order to have new beneficial circumstances introduced into those treaties. If we look at Melno Treaty, in Grand Duchy of Lithuania legal system, it was recorded for the first time a written process of negotiation and ratification element of made agreement, made treaty. We understand that such ratification wasn't made in the sense of modern times, like the national sovereign does it through its representatives directly or indirectly. However, Melno peace treaty process recorded other side of nation by the party of the order. The Melno treaty itself gave two important moments, legal consequences for further drawing of the borders. First of all, of course, Melno peace treaty ultimately established border with Prussia, opportunity appeared to identify them, to establish them. And second important moment is that this treaty also influenced harmonization of borders of Livonian order. Medieval law, in medieval times, we see many peace treaties disseminating, and the practice was really abundant. And at the period of Renaissance in the 16th century, it urged the science of the law to look at it. And here one important influencer was Luko Grotius, which in 1625 publishes a book called Iure Belle et Pacis, where next to martial law, to military law, which was called just war, also concept of just peace was included. It was accentuated that through such peace treaties, thanks to them, it is possible to maintain the order and to prevent possible military conflicts in the future. How this Melno peace treaty could have influenced the issue of borders of restored Lithuania. The recent issue or question, it got very complicated. Even though it is declared restored history tradition, but not former state in legal sense, but factually developing, opening new state, it immediately encountered huge issue of definition of its territory. And here, essential principles of state territory formation was established by founding parliament, which is the very first institution which had full mandate granted by the nation. Until then, National Council, based on Vilnius Conference document, in the Act of 16th of February, speaks about state territory. They reserve this idea, and they say that this country, state, has capital city Vilnius. We can say that it was, on one hand, and also immigrant lawyers say, that Lithuanian Council didn't own full mandate of the nation, but we can also look at it that it was more like political maneuver. Until restoration of a country is happening, it's better not to enter, not to have quarrels or arguments with neighbors, and leave everything to status of negotiation. But here, essential thing is this, that the Conference of Vilnius introduced new concept regarding state borders, that a state must be restored in its ethnographic walls, borders. There was no such principle in the international law. It wasn't recognized previously. And our conference confirmed it, and essentially such principle is expressed by founding parliament. When this parliament gathered on 15th of May, proclamates Act of Independence once more, and indicates that there must be ethnological borders. Here we have in mind, of course, ethnic borders. Lithuania also, by declaring such principle, it also gets into a trap. It seemed it wasn't a perfectly logical move, but it was politically very wise, because our restored state, it was clear to it that the issue of borders would immediately become unclear and conflicting. It means that by negotiation it's necessary to establish a key principle, and ethnic limits were chosen for this principle. In 1919-1920, foreign policy of Lithuania was complicated. The state had no borders identified with acts, and the only undeniable thing was small strip between Vištytis Lake and Neman River at Ramuniškės, what was based on the peace treaty of Melno. The recent issue wasn't raised. All other borders were a subject, a reason of negotiation or conflict. From great states, Germany was the first to recognize Lithuania on March 23rd, 1918, but not on the basis of February 16th Act, but by the earlier one, which presumed union with Germany. The biggest failure experienced by Lithuanian state was loss of Vilnius region. In 1919, in January, Polish volunteers, soldiers occupy Vilnius, and a temporary government must retreat from Vilnius to Kaunas city. Later, Vilnius occupied by the Red Army. The Poles have to fight. They retrieve it. In the 20s, there is a war with different outcomes is happening between Soviet Russia and Poland. And this changing war was, during that war, a pressure was felt by fearing to lose. Polish government in 1920 recognizes Lithuania de facto, but recognizes Lithuania de facto together with Vilnius region for Lithuania, but Vilnius region itself, they actually delay its return to Lithuania, waiting for changes in war with Soviet Russia. The founding parliament took on discussing problem of state territory, of course, this political situation, and then further following the resolution of 15th of May of 1920, holding on to the principle of ethnic geographic borders, where, in the regard of internal law, definition of state borders appear. This definition appears in 1919, when Council of the State adopts law of elections of founding parliament, which defines what is this ethnic Lithuania by understanding of our government. The adopted election law views territory of the state as election districts, include not only governed ethnic Lithuania, but also Lithuania Minor and Vilnius region. In Article 87 of this law, it's spoken also about Prussian Lithuania, Lithuania Minor. Here historians make a strict remark, and perhaps, possibly, name of Prussian Lithuania is more precise, but I would say it's in historiographical sense, because from German researchers and from modern researchers like Vasily Safronov, historian, it was discovered that it was from Grunau Chronicles, a wrong interpretation was made from that chronicle. In that chronicle it was said Lithuania Minor. They had in mind Lithuania, which is outside of the borders of the order. It was regarded the Great Grand Lithuania, city of Grodno and other locations. This is how concept of Lithuania Minor emerged. And our historiography, in it we have different understanding what Lithuania Minor is. However, let's return to the election law of the founding parliament to have better understanding what changed. In first annex to this law, there is a list of electoral districts presented, total in 10. In Marijampolė district, entire South Suvalkija region was included, even more. Also, even more was included, let's say Utena district included Ežerėnų district, which had to include Breslau area, which is currently in Belarus. The law names separate electoral districts like Vilnius, Grodno, Białystok, understandable for objective reasons, since government of Lithuania was not administering or governing that part. Elections never happened, neither in Eastern Lithuania, if we call it so, and of course in Lithuania Minor or Russian Lithuania. However, in parliament, in founding parliament, 117 mandates were reserved. The founding parliament functions, but it left in districts where elections didn't happen, assuming that later elections will happen when territories will be retrieved. Problem of state territory was constantly discussed in the founding parliament. On 23rd of June 1920, Prime Minister's Grinius declaration was announced. Initially, it was emphasized that right now 60,000 square kilometers territory was obtained, but it doesn't mean that Lithuania will have imperialistic objectives. It's a provision that we will go on a path of peace, on a path of negotiation, and I quote Grinius, cherishing the relationship with neighbors, the government will try to go on according to the laws of objective law and reconciliation, but at the same time, the government will carefully protect where compromises end and untouchable rights of our nation begin. So a question was raised how much this principle of ethnic borders was implemented and how much it was just a political declaration. It was dedicated for internally for the state, and it wasn't used successfully during negotiations. Here I will allow myself to tell one anecdote, namely when peace treaty was made with Soviet Russia, an anecdote was released that allegedly, when it was not possible to find agreement where are those ethnic limits, where are Lithuanian, where is Belarusian or Russian village, then supposedly the parties would engage Jewish negotiators who would attempt to figure out residents of which shtetl considered to be living in Lithuania or in Russia. According to this principle, neither to one, neither to other, then we cut at the center. But I repeat once more, it's just a circulating joke, a rumor from a period of those negotiations. But how many bases, how much veracity it had, it's hard to tell, but it perfectly illustrates the complexity of establishing ethnic borders. What other opportunities there were when solving territorial issues? And of course here international law has proposed methods, and it's putti possidendi juris principle formed in the 19th century, according to which newly emerged states establish their limits, borders, according to former administrative lines which were previously. In South America, it formed and it fitted perfectly. However, looking at European continent, of course, national issue was much stronger. Ultimately, the question immediately would pop up. Which states take over the rights? Who takes over the rights of which state? Since time is short, is running out, I will briefly go to my conclusion. It would seem, in the second part, that Melno peace treaty disappears. However, I repeat once more, the great success of Lithuania was Melno peace treaty, because here there were no military conflicts, there was no disputable issues about the border. At the moment, Melno peace treaty, when creating the first republic, when establishing borders, it didn't dominate as a legal constituent. It was more issue of tradition, or history of tradition. It seems like this Melno treaty is undermined. However, the practice has shown that agreements concluded, the treaties concluded by Lithuania, agreement of 1920 or Suvalki treaty, they were not as much as vital is historical tradition and Melno peace treaty is. So I want to rejoice with this, and I wish for the world to follow peace treaties, and so they will become a historic tradition. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable PhD. On behalf of MP Mr. Butkevičius, we would like to award Mr. Šapoka with gift. To finish the first part of the forum, I would invite Mr. Zenonas Komitaitis.
Good afternoon, yes, dear hosts. I'm very grateful to you all. Getting back to various historical documents such as the Melno Treaty, which well established our status as a civilized European country, including border demarcation and state that this border is one of the oldest and most stable throughout Europe. What happened in my life? For 25 years, I was engaged in Lithuanian borders and reconstructing them. And as far as one of the key aspects of the Melno Treaty is actually border. In my presentation, I would like to highlight the evolutionary process of borders up to now. As far as my presentation is a bit long, it actually consists of two parts, the graphic part and the textual part. So maybe you will have the opportunity to see my texts later on, and I will demonstrate only this part. Nevertheless, we are going to provide this information in due time. This is a fragment of the map of the Treaty of Melno, where you can see that the border, the current territory of Poland, started with a Prostki border mark and extended up to Vištytis Lake. This is a fragment just of this map. I'm not going to go into details. The treaty, based on the Treaty of Melno, the border went along the bank of Vištytis Lake, and Lithuania received the 36 hectares of lake next to Vištytis settlement. Lithuanians could fish on that bank and have their horses watered there, but nothing else. And on the right was a small wall that delineated the wall.
Labai gražiai papasakojo sieną detaliai. Aš specialiai pateikiu jums Reilio žemėlapį išleistą 794 metais, kur geltonai yra atrastas Bažnyčio ežeras.
Map picture
per sieną
Lietuvos dating back to 1974, and you can see that the border
pasirašęs Melno sutartį
was pushed to the south quite a lot.
Šitą žemėlapis
Treaty,
išleistas
the peaceful cooperation
praeitais metais,
with the surrounding
parodytas
countries
muitinių
started,
išsidėstymas Lietuvos Prūsijos pasienį.
actually you
Jų
can
skaičius
see the map
siekia
here
beveik
of
100. Tai rodo
100 customs
glaudus
points
ir
on the
intensyvus
border.
bendradarbiavimas.
Number was about
Vaizduotėje
100, so you can see how close
vieną
that
žemėlapį,
cooperation was. For the
15
secular situation,
amžiaus,
I'm providing
kuriame
one map
parodoma
dating back to the
politinė
revealing the political and
kairėje
geographical situation.
siena
On
LDK,
the
siena
left,
su
you can see the Lithuanian Grand Duchy border with
viršui
Russia.
parodyta. Tuo metu lygiai sudarytos tokios pat sutartis su Maskvos kunigaikštystė, čia 1708 metų ir 1449 metų, kur matosi, kur praeina
Agreements
Lietuvos
with
siena.
the
Pietuose buvo
Grand
Lietuvos
Duchy of
sudarė
Moscow,
sutartis su
concluded in
totoriu
1408,
Hamišu
1449, and Vytautas
1398
Mažas
metais, kur irgi
had a treaty signed with the Count of Mykolo Romerio that was signed in that was completed in 1398. And you can see the borders actually here. Based on that, we can have a quite clear view that if in the west, the Melno treaty border remained practically up to these days. In the east, which demonstrates that Moscow later Russian duchy had an expansive policy, and we can see the extension of that policy today in Ukraine.
Lietuvos Prūsijos sienos liudininkų
One of the witnesses of Lithuanian-Prussian border is the Trotsky border mark. And Mr. Ruta previously
akmens braštetai
mentioned
per ir
stone
čia
fort that went through Elko or
Ordino
the river Elko.
magistras ir Lietuvos karalius,
The
reiškia
master
apie
of
40 metų
the
diskutavo,
king
kur turi praeiti siena,
discussed for about 40
paskui
years on where the border should be demarcated. Then
siena buvo pastumta
Sigismund Augustus lost his temper, and as usual for Lithuanians, he just
ir
gave
kaip
up.
draugystės simbolis
And
buvo pasakytas šitas ženklas,
this is where the
kuris ir šiandien
border
yra
was pushed to,
išlikęs.
namely the
Ir
Elko fort.
kaip
And
istorinis
this
simbolis,
friendship
dalyvai ir Melno
symbol,
sutarties. Dešinė
namely
pusėje
the
matosi
border marker,
ordino ir Lietuvos herbai ir užrašas lotynų kalba. Sekančiai skaityti, užrašas ant sienos. Skamba taip, kai Žygimantas Augustas valdžią vykdė tėvo valstybėje, o kartu magistras Albertas I valdė, o pirmasis du Jogailo senosios sostus, o pastarasis prūsų krašte taikiai valdžią vykdė. 1542 m. rugpjūčio mėnesį buvo pastatytas šis stulpas, kuris turėjo žymėti apie šalių sienos liniją bei atskirti abiejų valstybių teritorijas. Kokie gražūs žodžiai ir jau labai konkretus ženklas, materialus išlikęs iš tų laikų. Aišku,
dating back to those
sieną
times,
reikia
it was
prižiūrėti.
of course, the border had to be taken care of, those border
Rusijos
markers,
okupacijos
etc. So
laikotarpiu
during the time of Russian
buvo
occupation,
šitam ruože jau siena. Ir
on this land
Vokietijos,
area,
o
this
tarp Rusijos
strip,
ir
was
Vokietijos.
not
Tai
between
paskutinis
Lithuania and
sienos
Germany, but between
inventorizavimas,
Russia and Germany.
remontas
So
ir
the
taip
last
toliau
repairs
buvo
and
atliktas
stock taking of the border
1904-1907
was
metų
done
laikotarpį.
back in
Ir šią
1994
nuotrauką
to
kaip tik
1990.
užfiksuoja,
And
kaip
this picture shows
vokiečių ir rusų pasieniečiai
German and Russian border guards finished their repairs of that
Dvidešimt metais Lietuvos kariuomenė įžygiavo į Klaipėdą ir
Army entered Klaipėda,
ar nesutinkant
in
buvo
disagreement with
kraštas
Antantė,
prijungtas
Klaipėda
prie
land
Vokietijos.
was
Tarpukarį siena su Vokietija buvo įteisinta Lietuvos Vokietijos sutartimi
the border
1928 metais.
This border was
39 metais
established by Lithuanian and German
Dalyvaus sutartis dėl Klaipėdos krašto perkėlimo ar grąžinimo.
after Germany ultimately demanded that Klaipėda land is united with Germany, which was done by a treaty by Poland. And that's how Lithuanian-German border looks close to Nemersete, with Lithuanian border guards, and these are the customs checkpoints. This is Pagėgiai Tilžė, customs on the left, and on the right, we see border checkpoint. Pictures were made in 1926. This is the border checkpoint, and the picture was made in 1936. And on the right, you see the view to the Russian territory. Russian customs. And the year 1939 was Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, so with secret protocols, etc. And here, you can see Lithuania switching the German territory or the Soviet Union territory. And it's interesting that both Germans and Russians recognized that Suwałki land was a part of Lithuanian territory. And as far as this territory, based on the latest protocol, as Soviet Union territory, so Soviet Union bought land from Germany. You can see that part of Sūduva, Vilkaviškio, Marijampolė, and became jurisdiction of Germany. Even a better illustration, because on the right in yellow you can see the Suwałki triangle. The red line of how Poland was divided by Germany and the Soviet Union, and on the left you can see the Soviet Union map, this is what the Suwałki land was the red line shows Suwałki still German, and Lithuania was shown still independent, and Russian says Post-Roka, which
Vokietijos ir SSR sienų sankirtos taškas.
which is the new border
Čia žemėlapį yra 39 metų. Atsižvelgiant į to meto kartografiją technologijas, reiškia žemėlapį parengti reikėjo maždaug metų laiko.
and based on these technologies, geographic technologies, they needed about 1 year to produce a map. Engravings were made on stone slab, and then printing was made and duplication, so we can see that formally due to the borders between Germany and the Soviet Union, they were agreed back in 1938 and no later. And this is a historic picture when Lithuania concluded friendship and border agreement with the Soviet Union. When they demarked the border based on the maps drawn in Moscow, and Lithuanians were not engaged during that. enjoy these marks. Demarcation was done during one winter under terrible climatic conditions. And this is the picture made in May.
Diplomatai, kariškiai ir kairėje ir
German
dešinėje yra rusų
and military staff on the left. There are Russians, Lithuanians were waiting, and you can see these are two border marks.
Šiaurinėje Igaros upės pusėje ir kairėje matote svastiką Vokietijos herbas, o dešinysis yra Lietuvos herbas ženklas, o kitoje upės pusėje yra SR.
And on the other side of the river, there is a USSR border sign and mark.
Kadangi buvo Lietuva aneksuota,
all these documents were signed later, and Lithuania was annexed. These Lithuanian documents survived in Kaunas. As far as Germans occupied Kaunas very fast. Of this border demarcation process, so these signed documents on the floor, but after Lithuania was annexed, documents lost their legal power. This is the post-war period.
Vokietijos perspektyvas, dėl Vokietijos perspektyvos, jaunimas konferencijos
German prospects in the conferences, in Teflon, Yalta, and Potsdam, and in 1945 in Potsdam,
Rusijos pasiūlymą. Rusijos pasiūlymas, kaip tik parodytas, čia buvo vasario mėnesį, parodytas linija,
February, and you can see that the Russian proposal is shown in yellow lines.
Sovietų sąjunga.
So the Soviet Union pretended to this area. The eastern part starts at Vištytis Lake, and the Potsdam documents include this Vištytis Lake border point, and it didn't move. If you look at the blue mountain, when Russia army entered, and that area was under colonization by Polish people who were moved from Polish territories, so the Russian army even pushed them down to the blue line in August, and afterwards to the red line.
Tiksliau, Britanijos ir Amerikos vadovai nelabai prieštaravo šitą, kad esmė buvo sutarta, kad
leaders were not very much against it, and it was agreed that there would be a peace conference that was meant to approve these border affairs. The Soviet Union protested against it and said that they would agree with the Poles to draw that line without your help. And this is a very clear map. This is the same or Karaliaučius region, and in the south you can see how colonizers drew their lines. They disregarded any circumstances, geographical or the lines of inhabitants, inhabited areas. They just took a ruler and drew a line. That's it. Now, this is the Vištytis point. That was tabled and included in the Potsdam documents in 1946 and named as the border mark of the Soviet Union and Polish People's Republic.
Lietuvos, Lenkijos ir Rusijos Federacijos sienų sankirtos ir ženklas kairėje buvo pakeistas į
the border between
granitinį
Lithuania and Russia, and that mark was replaced by the granite monolith on the right picture. Even Russians said that that was the most beautiful border mark throughout the border of the Soviet Union. Tomorrow you can see that border mark during the Baltic Tour. Let's go to Nida now. Has always belonged to Russia and Germany. But after signing the treaty with Germany, the Curonian spit was divided into two parts. It's interesting that the border on the Curonian Sea was drawn using two border markers built back in the 19th century between Nida and we still have one of those borders in the forest on the left above the ground level, underground level, and we made our best to find the second border marker, and just thanks to GPS technologies, another marker was found under this dune in the depth of 3 meters. So this is how the border looked during the interwar times. You can see the striped mark on the left the Lithuanian boundary and on the right the German one, and here you can see again the Russian Federation mark these days and the Lithuanian mark. As far as the Curonian spit is covered by dunes and they're moving, and the standard border markers couldn't actually survive these conditions because they might be covered by sand. Border marks were installed, and their special feature is that you can change their height subject to how much sand covers. So that is why the Curonian spit has such special border markers. For the first time in history, you can see the Štytis lake and the water border on the left and the Curonian sea marker by voice on the right. And the key point that relates this with the Melno Treaty is that administrative line between Lithuania and the Kaliningrad region when we regained independence by the agreement signed with the Russian Federation in 1990 was named as the which is identical to the German border and with minor changes in Thank you for your attention. To Dr. Ambassador Zenonas Kumetaitis. And again, you get a present of the and now we are to have lunch for 1 hour. Lunch will be served at Robeda Cafe. We'll open the door if possible and we'll go straight through the square. It's very close. And so enjoy your lunch. Do you think you can open that door? It's already unlocked, so please feel free to use that door.
Hello again. Back after the dinner, we will start. Those of you who are drinking coffee, we call you to join us, bring in the coffee. We will moderate the second part of the conference with Madame Violeta Gorzhiskaitė, advisor of Dean of Mykolo Romerio University. Good day. I'm pleased to greet you, and I'm glad that you have returned back to this wonderful hall. And we will talk about, in the second part, not only about history, but about future and the present. Because perhaps all of us know that any peace, even bad peace, is better than a very good war. One of such topics will be probably the main topics of this session. And we'll talk about how should we finish the war in the close neighborhood and to transition into the future, and what can we prognosticate for the future, and so on. I am delighted to present for you today Mr. Juozas Olekas. He's a member of European Parliament, also PhD. He's well known to people in this region, but in a broader sense, I want to add that Mr. Olekas has been not only a Minister of Health, but also he was a Minister of Defense. And he has, well, a good knowledge about our situation. There were never easy times in Lithuania. Security was always one of our greatest concerns and priorities. So I give a floor to Dr. PhD, Minister Olekas, who will take a look at what new geopolitical axes are forming around the walls of Melno Peace Treaty. Thank you. Dear Violeta, Mr. Vitas, thank you for inviting me in this conference. I want to thank one more my friend Karl Lammers, who was my friend, mentor in NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We traveled to missions, we tried to do so that in this country and elsewhere would be peace, and also this project of European Union would be alive. Being in this conference, I'm representing a bit European Parliament as the person who works there, and with today's discussions, there's one of my works that's related. It's the European Parliament delegation with governing of Belarus. What is the difference between border of Melno from modern day? As Mr. Komentaitis showed, on the other side there's a Lithuanian border very close to Moscow. Now this eastern border has approached us by 80 or 90 kilometers, and as previous former Estonian president Mr. Ilves, he called it Suwalki corridor. Of course, we would like to call it Sūduva corridor, but Suwalki corridor has actually become more prevalent. Out of today's historic speeches, I really memorized that those real borders of Melno Peace Treaty, it's not very long. Actually, in fact, the state border, it's a piece from Vištytis Lake down to Neman River. And that more northern part, we ourselves we corrected with our forces, and the remainder is here from World War II in the south at Königsberg area. So we have a particular duty to have this border to exist peacefully, so there wouldn't be any need for new battles, new fights, new struggles, so that this border wouldn't be moved to one side or the other. As I said in my introductory speech, we have historic peace treaty of Melno border, but it was crossed numerous times, and it cost thousands of human lives until it was settled in the same place. My first slide demonstrates what is here on the side of Kybartai. On the other side there is Russian Federation, which with current Putin's regime is, we see how aggressively it is behaving, be it 2008 in Georgia or 2014 in Ukraine, not only with fights but also with annexation of Crimea Peninsula, or February 24, 2022 to this day. So today we have a clearly named in various formats, but also after change of NATO strategy mentioned by Mr. Lammers, Russia is recognized as a threat, country aggressor. But there's not Russia alone. Should we look a bit broader, it has gathered a circle of its allies. Of course, there are not many of them, as we've seen Organization of Collective Security, which was used only once when suppressing democratic processes in Kazakhstan. But also it includes Armenia, our neighbor Belarus, Kazakhstan, which now is a bit on the fence, but they still remain members, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. And according to current data, annual budget for war in Russia is about 70 billion. I have to remind Lithuania's military budget is a bit more than 1 billion. And other countries probably wouldn't comprise 10 billion. So in total it's about $80 billion or euros allocated for war. And as we can see, for possible aggression towards neighboring countries. What do we have on the other side? We, Sūduvians, together with all Lithuanians and Samogitians, and even more broadly, we are standing on the other side of the border of Melno Peace Treaty. But we are not alone. Indeed, we spoke about Kybartai, and it was very pleasant for me, because even before independence of Lithuania, I thank you to Kybartai residents. I was supported by them. Somebody reminded small symbolic gifts when they were accompanying me. It was a day of Easter. There was an election with we've made nice greetings. We are not alone. From the moment when we chose independence, from the moment when we realized that we need to defend both borders and peace, when we renounced this idealistic idea that we will be neutral, which costed loss of our state in 1940. When we went neutral, we realized that we have to defend our state. One of our axis of defense is bilateral cooperation. Inside of Lithuania, between political parties, there is good accord on issues of defense. Sometimes we argue also to solve internal problems, but we all agree that we have to execute international undertakings. We have to fund the defense of the country. Previously it was 2% of GDP. Now in perspective it will be 2.5 or even more from GDP. When speaking of that other side of the border, which is as 100 times more bigger funding, we wouldn't be able to stand against them. So we're looking for our partners. As I mentioned, one axis is bilateral cooperation, and one of the strongest of our allies in bilateral cooperation are United States of America. Lithuania had several agreements the last agreement or treaty of 2017, January 17th, with United States of America to cooperate in the field of defense, which has established strong partnership between United States and Lithuania. Here in Lithuania, we have advisors, experts from the US who are together with us when the situation changes. US participate in our military drills and send their forces, deploys their troops, and sends to military drills like Determination of Atlant and others, and ensures our security. Second area, second bilateral agreement that we have is with Federal Republic of Germany. Germany, as you know, since 2017, when after first Putin's aggression in Ukraine in 2014, when NATO made a decision and sent their battalion to Lithuania, who are constantly in Lithuania, they are headed by German military servicemen, and now a decision has been adopted to increase the size of battalion up to the size of a brigade. Together with them serve troops from other countries. I would say the strongest, most visible role is of Germany. Apart from this battalion, Germany actively participates in air policing mission, protecting our airspace. I think that 5 rotations of various German Air Force has already taken place, has already conducted service in Šiauliai Airport or Zokniai. Third strong partner of ours is Poland. It is very important in this region. We, with Poland, have a very good relationship, especially in the area of security. We used to have to find problems on different things regarding Vilnius region. Some organizations, Polish organizations which operate in Vilnius region, but we still maintained very clear cooperation. And in Poland, we have multinational divisions headquarters from which this region is protected. And the fourth partnership that we have, bilateral partnership, is with the United Kingdom. United Kingdom is very strong. It has left European Union, still it remains to be a very strong state. It also participates in Lithuania, both in air policing mission. United Kingdom also heads the same battalion in Lithuania like Germans do, only in Estonia, and expedition forces of United Kingdom in different formats are with us. Okay, next format is non-bilateral partnerships, but multilateral cooperation formats. Here we have very beautiful format with our Baltic countries, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. Since the beginning of independence, we formed a military Baltic Sea organization. Also, Baltic Defense College was established, which is located in Tartu city, where study our higher ranking officers, and they raise their qualification, gain knowledge to earn higher rank. And from 1999. Also in this college are prepared officers not only of Baltic countries, but also of other nations. Also, under management of United Kingdom forces, Expedition Force was created. It's a military unit which contains representatives of 11 countries. With Poland, and Ukrainian and Polish soldiers. In 2014, I had an honor to sign that agreement in Warsaw. We founded Lithuanian, Polish, and Ukrainian joint military unit, a brigade. It's dedicated to assist our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. And today, Ukrainians' army success by fighting of Russian aggression, it's related to that preparation of Ukrainian soldiers and officers in the spirit of NATO standards has contributed to it significantly, including the Lithuanian contribution. Also, other formats with northern countries, which all guarantee us support and success. But the most important thing which we have decided is our participation in the NATO. Since 2004, when this Melno peace border is NATO's border, and also border of non-NATO country, security of Lithuania and security of this region is much stronger. I want to mention, I said already, that a Russian military budget with their allies of collective security treaty is about 100 billion. Lithuanian budget is 1 billion euros. United States budget for military is 700 billion. So putting together United States, United Kingdom, Canada, European Union states, and other European countries, we approach $1 trillion or euros. I very often use a school example. At least that's how it was in my times in school. Maybe now it's differently. When first grader goes, the 8th grader either hits him on the head or kicks him in the butt. But if that first grader works together with 11th grader or a bunch of 11th graders, then that 8th grader would just go around them. And what we see now in Ukraine, against any logic, without any reason, Putin has sent his troops to murder Ukrainian people. I think that everyone sees how greatly Putin have miscalculated. When it was used to say that Russian army is second strongest in the world, today we see how Ukrainians, in their spirit, with sacrifice, defend themselves and our states and our values. And of course, for that purpose, they use NATO's experience, NATO's weapons, which can stop or even kick out aggressor out of Ukraine. So this axis, this NATO's axis, I think it is really our guarantee. And we should always remember that. In the European Union, I should say in the European Union, not European Parliament, especially in the south of Europe, there's idea in circulation of strategic autonomy of Europe. We shouldn't confuse it with by putting it against of that European Union, putting it against NATO. I think this project of European strategic autonomy would be more important for reinforcement of European Union, because right now there's too much burden on defensive potential the United States are carrying, as well as United Kingdom, Norway, but with Finland and Sweden, with them joining the NATO, we will see that the Baltic Sea region, that this area will be really well reinforced. So by strengthening European forces and in general NATO alliance, we can expect that Melno Peace Treaty borders, this piece of border of Melno Peace Treaty will remain in a peaceful place for a very long time. And it won't be necessary to take it back by using weapons. Thank you.
so much to our esteemed speaker for fitting into the allowed time, and please follow this good practice. And let's give a present from Mr. Vytautas, by Mr. Vytautas from the MG. And now the floor given to Dr. David Schultz. Professor Schultz is Professor of Political Science in Minnesota Hamline University, and perhaps for 15 years he has lectured in the European and Russian universities, so he knows the topic in depth, and he's published lots of scientific research articles and books and other publications. We are happy to have you here with us, and we would like you to share your insights on Ukraine and U.S. foreign policy future.
Labą dieną, guten Tag, dobry wieczór, dobry dina, buenas tardes, and good afternoon. Thank you, all of you, for allowing me to be here. This is a conference on law, treaties, and borders. And in part, what it's about is how borders are important for defining a lot of different things, including where perhaps democracy begins and where it ends. It's about where freedom begins and where it ends. And I want to open up my talk, which is entitled Ukraine and the Future of U.S. Foreign Policy in Europe, by describing to you two situations. One situation is 2021. It's the United States pulling out of Afghanistan after 20 years. The second situation is this year. It is the U.S. forming a coalition to oppose the Russian invasion into Ukraine. One scenario raises the question about U.S. resolve and its role in international relations. It's about people wondering, other countries of the world wondering, is and where is the United States going to be in terms of international affairs? The second is about U.S. leadership. It's about the role of the United States position in terms of global leadership, protection of democracy, and basically support for European security. What I'd like to do very briefly today is discuss U.S. foreign policy regarding Ukraine and what it says about the future of U.S. foreign policy in Europe. I'm probably not going to be saying anywhere near as much about Ukraine as some people would think. Ukraine may be what? A case study? Ukraine may be a metaphor. But it's a story about the United States. The speaker before me was very good, excellent in pointing out that if we put together the collective budgets, military budgets of the United States, Canada, UK, and so forth, it would be what? Nearly $1 trillion US dollars. But by far, the U.S. dominates that with $700 to $800 billion, give or take a few $1 billion here or there in terms of what it is. And the reason why I want to talk about it is I want to tell a story of which I don't know what the conclusion of it is yet. But it's a story that starts perhaps after World War I. It's a story about how the United States, reluctant for its entire history to be involved in international affairs, is eventually dragged by President Woodrow Wilson of the United States into World War I. Partly because of attack against the United States, partly for a variety of reasons, Woodrow Wilson says we have to get involved. And after the war ends, Woodrow Wilson has a vision for the United States, a vision for the world. It is a vision for the United States that says we need to use our power, our might, the resolve that we have. We need to use our values as a way of leading the world. He also proposed, as many of you know, this concept called the League of Nations. He had this vision. Unfortunately, President Woodrow Wilson's vision didn't triumph. The United States didn't enter into the League of Nations. The United States went back into its cocoon, and it hid. The next part of my story takes me to approximately 1940. There's a famous person in the United States named Henry Luce. Henry Luce was the founder of Time magazine. Some of you may have heard of it, a very famous magazine. Also of Life magazine and a few others. But in 1940, while war had already started in Europe, the United States was not involved in the war, was not engaged whatsoever. And Henry Luce wrote an incredibly famous piece, and it was called the American Century. And what Luce was trying to do in that piece was to urge the United States to get involved in World War II, to come to the aid of Great Britain, to come to the aid of France, to again take a center stage in the world. But his piece on the American century was also about something not just in terms of entering the war. It was again about an internationalist vision for the United States. An argument that said that the United States, arguably at that point, maybe the strongest country in the world even then, with one of the biggest militaries, the biggest economy, with a set of values that people admired. It was an argument by Luce that said that if the United States were to use its might, or to use its muscle, it could create what he called the American century. It could create a world in its image, a world that would be hospitable and supportive of the values that the United States believed. Well, the United States did get involved. It did get involved in World War II, and it was critical to the maintenance of European security. About a strategic position of where the United States was. In approximately 1945, the US GDP was approximately 50% of the global GDP. It emerged, with the exception perhaps of our naval base in Pearl Harbor, it emerged without any significant destruction to civilian infrastructure. It emerged militarily the most powerful country in the world, and for a brief period of time, it was what? It was the sole nuclear power. And what the United States did then was exactly what Henry Luce advocated. It was a vision that said if the United States were not to go back into its cocoon, if it were to get involved in the world, if it were to take a leadership position in terms of what? The defense of Europe, if it were to pioneer and be critical to the creation of international institutions such as the United Nations, the United States could perform a powerful and important role in the world. And the reason why I start with this point, start with this story here from part of a larger story, is that from 1945 till 1989 or 1991, and we'll talk about those dates in a second here, it would be impossible for anybody in this room to imagine European security, let us say at that point, Western European security, without thinking about the critical role that the United States played. That we were at the center of NATO. We were at the center of things such as what? The Truman Doctrine. We were at the center of so many institutions and forces to try to maintain European security. And again, it would be impossible, I think, for anybody to say that had the United States not been there, that Europe would have triumphed or looked the way it does today. And my story, and I'm obviously abbreviating it, is a story of the important role that the United States played from 1945 to 1989, the fall of the Berlin Wall, to 1991, the disintegration of the Soviet Union. And what happens in 1991 is arguably we're at a second, what I'm going to call, unipolar moment. If the first unipolar moment was 1945, a point where the United States could impress its values upon the world, although of course the Soviet Union would have disagreed with that, by 1991, it was in a unique historic position. Francis Fukuyama, a famous American writer, wrote a book, an article, called The End of History and the Last Man. And what he argued, him writing it from an American perspective, was that the U.S. had won, the Soviet Union had lost. Democracy, some form of market capitalism had won. Authoritarianism, communism, collectivism had lost. And there was this moment in time, still in 1991, where the U.S. remained at the center of European security, although now even more expanded. It wasn't just Western Europe. It was as NATO moved eastward, the United States and NATO were central, core to European security. As late as the 1990s, the U.S. GDP, still between 30 and 40% of the world GDP. At this point in the 1990s, it is still what? Militarily, the strongest country in the world. It is still, especially after the breakup of the Soviet Union, its nuclear superiority, if we think of that as important, is by far greater than anybody else's. It's at a time before the rise of China. It is at a point when in the United States and around the world, people thought that Japan was going to surpass the United States economically, that Japan went into its long, generation-long stall. The point that I'm thinking out here, and this is a part of a larger discussion, and I'll tell you where this discussion comes from in a few minutes here, is part of a larger discussion that says that the United States had the resources, economically, politically, culturally, diplomatically, and militarily, to be at the center of European security. There's another story that starts to change. Not everybody bought into that story of America. It was the terrorist attacks of 9/11, indicating that perhaps not everybody recognized American hegemony. There was Putin's ascension to the head of Russia, questioning again U.S. leadership role. I believe one of the speakers this morning paraphrased or quoted Putin's line, "The greatest geopolitical disaster of the 20th century, the breakup of the Soviet Union." We started to see cracks in that unipolar moment. Later, or taken a few years later, Barack Obama gets elected president of the United States. And one of the things I remember, I was speaking in Lithuania in 2008 during the presidential election. And while at that time many people wanted in Lithuania John McCain to be elected president, Obama was. And Obama made a statement at one point that said, we need to make a pivot to Asia, that is the United States. He sort of thought that European security needs were being addressed. Thought that Russia was no more than a regional power. Thought that China and Asia were bigger threats. And then Donald Trump got elected. He didn't just scare you folks, he scared many of us in the United States. He talks about what? Maybe the United States doesn't need NATO, or maybe it doesn't want to be part of NATO. He pulled out of critical treaties such as the Paris Accords, the Iran nuclear deal, criticized the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And the point that I'm is that for many of us, and probably many of you, is the United States still going to be there if something were to happen? Now, of course, I also didn't even mention whatever strange relationship Donald Trump had with Vladimir Putin, of which we're still trying to figure out what it is to this day. But many of you, like me, took a sigh, a deep breath, in 2020 when Joe Biden got elected, and thought, the era of Donald Trump is gone. We don't have to worry. But this is where I want to tie up the rest of the story and get us to think about a couple of questions here. Is that many people that Donald Trump was just about Donald Trump. Donald Trump in the United States captures lots of different things. He captures what? The political polarization and divide in the United States. He captures the party divide. He captures the sense in which the United States is turning inward. When he started engaging in what? His economic nationalism, talking about making America great again, about America's first. Yes, that was Donald Trump's rhetoric, but it was also capturing some larger trends. And even now, with Joe Biden elected, yes, Joe Biden put together a great coalition to oppose Russia. But leading up to those days before August 24th, how many of us were sure of what the United States was actually going to do? Biden had made it clear that Ukraine wasn't a member of NATO. Article 5 would not be invoked. At one point, he had made a statement that I remember he said, well, maybe we ought to think about some of Russia's concerns about NATO expansion. I think what, at one point, the president of Estonia said, this sounds like Neville Chamberlain and Munich all over again. But what we're getting at here is this idea that where we are now, bring us back to Henry Luce, tie up a couple quick things, and I'm done in about 2 minutes. What I want to bring us to is this idea of saying that where the United States is now is very different than in 1991, very different than in 1945. If you remember, in 1945, the US GDP was 50% of the world. If even as late as, let us say, 91, it was 30 or so percent. Right now, the US GDP, depending on the estimates, is what? Perhaps 25% of the world. There are other places such as the European Union, China, that have GDPs rivaling. The countries of the world, we refer to as BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, don't necessarily buy into the US vision. The United States is politically divided. So to think about here is that when Henry Luce wrote in the 1940s, he wrote about the American century. Well, we are what? 60, 80 years into the American century. We are in a very different situation for the United States than we were before. And so think about, coming back to the theme here about security, about borders, and how we maintain those. What about, what if we are at the end of the American century? What if America continues, as some people think, we're in economic decline, that the best years are behind us? What does this say about the future of European security if, in fact, the United States may no longer be there in the way it was before? It's not simply if Donald Trump gets elected. There are broader structural trends that are going on right now in which the world is changing that put the United States in a very different situation. I mention all this as I conclude because one of the things that several colleagues from Lithuania and I did was to come out with a book that is just coming out now, and the title is called Europe Alone, Small State Security Without the U.S. And it asks the question, yes, the U.S. has always been there, but what if? What if the United States is no longer reliable? What if countries like Lithuania or Poland, which is not necessarily a small country, what if they can no longer be sure that the U.S. is there? So this is where I want to leave us with a question in terms of, are we at the end of the American century, and how do we maintain security and all that we're talking about today with or without the United States? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. It's very inspiring, but on the other side, very sorry. but I hope that we will, with our main partners, United States and Poland and Germany, together forever. Mėlyjeji, dabar aš noriu pakviesti jums.
Invite for you, Mrs. Liana Timchenko. She is a specialist on international law. She is also a lecturer at the European Humanitarian University in Vilnius. As we all know, that such a location like Bucha became a world-famous city, unfortunately, in sad context for the tragedy. Mrs. Liana Timchenko, before the war, she lived in Kiev and is from Bucha originally. The topic of her report is State Terrorism, Legal Assessment of the Concept. Brangus kolegos, profesoriau Gaižauskai, gerbiamas direktoriau ponas Gedrauskai.
Professor Slapkauskas, thank you for this unique possibility to be here, to talk to you, to express my feelings, to share with you with my thoughts in respect of the terrorology, and actually one of the topic of it is state terrorism. This is really a very important time to talk about this, to talk about legal assessment of the concept of state terrorism. Luckily, we had presentation, a brilliant presentation, and thank you very much, dear Professor Schulz, for this, for great start, actually, of my presentation, or actually, I enjoy every minute of your presentation, and now got few answers to my questions in respect of the place of the U.S. policy. And you remind me a lot of in respect of Henry Kissinger and his thoughts in respect of Woodrow Wilson. He supposed that Woodrow Wilson better could be named as a priest than a president. And thank you for this start and for mentioning the position of Woodrow Wilson. This is also a very important person for me, and definitely important president, and just a very good example of how person and president should be, how he should be, how he should treat the society and stay a real person and real missionary. Yes, September 11th, 2001. World Trade Center bombings shocked the world. World news agencies wrote then that the world would never be the same. Actually, I thought that life just finished. We experienced, ordinary people, we experienced personal tragedy from the realization that the state, a bastion of strength and confidence, barely protected its state institutions. In 1998, I successfully defended my dissertation. You can see first page of my dissertation. The topic of that was political and legal aspects of international terrorism. In 1999, I stood on the observation deck of the Twin Towers, peered at the Hollywood illustration depicting King Kong, which were hung near the observation deck, and thought, how small is person in comparison with huge buildings in New York. I felt not very comfortable there. I felt the danger. I foresaw the growth of international terrorism. At that time, the scientists with whom I spoke and whose articles I read told me, it's impossible. Your dissertation makes no sense. It's not relevant. That was 1998. traced the history of terrorist acts, looked through the psychology of terrorism, tried to delve into the problems of extremism and nationalism, and realized that there will be more and more acts of terrorism, different types. Human life is too little valued in today's society. That was my conclusion that time, and I still feel the same. That's how I felt when we were walking from Bucha to Irpin together with my daughter. She's sitting with me, and when we were watching in the sky and saw military, saw bombings, saw tanks, saw everything what we couldn't see. We survived, we are very lucky, and we are here, and it's really a time to think seriously about the concept of state terrorism. On February 24th, 2022, Russian troops invaded Ukraine under invented pretexts. In 72 hours, they expected to destroy Ukrainian leadership and demoralize Ukrainian population. Now, the question, should Russia be designated a terrorist state? And here on this slide, on the screen, you can see a part of the law of Ukraine of May 22nd. Actually, the story of this law coming from, or starting from April 2022. But the most important for us today, the term who is terrorist state? What is terrorist state? In this law, we find terrorist state a state that openly using its own armed forces, other armed formations, or covertly using armed formations, acting on behalf and or in the interest of such a state, commits acts of terrorism, acts of international terrorism. In May 10th, 2022, of Lithuanian Republic, in its resolution on the actions of the Russian Federation in Ukraine as genocide and the establishment of a special international criminal tribunal to investigate the crime of Russian aggression, recognized that the Russian Federation, whose military forces deliberately and systematically target civilian targets for bombing, is a state sponsor and perpetrator of terrorism. On August 11th, 2022, the Parliament of the Latvian Republic adopted a statement on Russia's targeted military attacks against civilians and public areas in Ukraine, recognizing Russia's violence against civilians as terrorism and Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. On September 5th, 2022, the resolution which was calling on the Secretary of State to designate the Russian Federation as a state sponsor of terrorism agreed to in US Senate. Next day, September 6th, we got an answer from the President Joe Biden. He was asked, should Russia be designated a state sponsor of terrorism? In one word response, he said no. It's probably the end of the story, but not for us academics. You are faced with question, as well as myself, why? Why it is so hard? Why this discussion is so hard? Why is the legal qualification of Russia's actions so difficult and slow for states to consider? There are a lot of different options. There are different answers to these questions, different opinion. One of the opinion, according to the opinion of Doug Bando, the American political writer, calling a state or movement terrorist is primarily symbolic, a bit of name calling to discredit the discreditable. It would be better to simply abolish the practice of naming country state sponsors of terror than to continue diluting the label. International law is still lacking of the universally recognized definition of terrorism. One of the ideologists of terrorology in the US, Professor Walter Locker, wrote once, terrorism as old as mountains. Yes, this is true. But even in this situation, we do not have a unified definition of it. Wesley McCann, and Nicholas Pinley have concluded that the opponents to this search suppose that a single definition of terrorism will not bring about any true change in a state's responses to terrorism efforts. They also pointed out that academic and legislative definitions have a large amount of convergence between the sets of definitions. But still, we need construction of terrorism, of global terrorism. I like a lot the work of Israeli scientist Chen Kircher. That's why I suggest to look through a few of the sentences wrote by him. Some studies address the role of the United States imposing power not only in the military and economic sense, but also in the way we perceive terrorism. So we still expect evaluations from American scientists and American politicians in respect of terrorism and state of terrorism. The studies examine how the UN General Assembly or the UN Security Council constructed global terrorism as a unique topic. Important that both studies point to the changes that have occurred in terrorism since the Cold War. So we're talking about different phenomena. Terrorism as global, that was relatively new. Terrorism as intrastate national liberation movement, state terrorism that was illegitimate during the 20th century. So there are a lot of phenomena. The consensus is based on delusion. Ersun Kurtulus insists of the academics, observers, and practitioners that see the main intention of terrorists to cause fear and intimidation is unfounded. One of the better definitions, he supposed, the better definitions of terrorism was provided by the US Department of Defense, which in 1990 described terrorism as the unlawful use of or violence against individuals or property to coerce and intimidate governments of or societies, often to achieve political, religious, or ideological objectives. There are also his view in respect of socialist revolutionaries and its connection with the terrorism, and the creation of fear was only a secondary goal because terrorism was necessary and inevitable. Short. You'll ask, are there any norms in international law in respect of struggle with international terrorism? Well, actually, yes. Yes and no. There are 12 conventions, and you can see them on the screen, which are devoted to the struggle, international struggle with international terrorism, but not with state terrorism. Before we'll have the notion state terrorism, we will not have any norm, will not have any legal regulation. So yes and no, my question, my answer. Interesting document. Shanghai Convention on Combating Terrorism, Separatism, and Extremism, which was concluded inside of Shanghai Convention, Shanghai International Organization, regional organization actually. Part of that organization is Russia. What we find there a very wide explanation of the term of terrorism, where terrorist, if we'll use that explanation, that definition, any of sitting here can be recognized as a terrorism. Maybe I'll skip 2 slides and we'll go to the conclusion just to give you a possibility to have a good coffee. So, state terrorism, you ask, what is it in my view? First of all, state terrorism is a volumetric concept that combines 2 evaluative planes, internal and external, interstate. The phenomenon of state terrorism is caused by an authoritarian regime of state administration, the violation or disregard of human rights, the rejection of the true content, manipulation, that's what we see, manipulation of the rule of law, and as a result, the creation of an atmosphere of fear, the terror of state citizens, the destruction of those who disagree with the existing regime, the creation of a totalitarian system. History shows that the further development of the totalitarian system comes at the expense of interference in the internal affairs of other states. Terror is one of the tools of invading policy, the method of existence of which becomes extremist. Over time, systemic terrorism can develop into aggression. That's what we saw on 21st of February. We proceed from the fact that the terrorists are trying to draw attention to this or that problem. Fear is the result that blocks the normal life of a person in the best way, and as a result can serve as a launching pad for social explosions in society, lead to distrust in the government. And actually, there are 3 distinct forms of terrorism, just to be good understood. Terrorism as such, domestic terrorism, international terrorism, and now we were working with you with the definition of terrorist state or state terrorism. I appreciate a lot your time. I appreciate a lot your hospitality. Our hearts of Ukrainians with you. Dear Lithuanians, Germans, Americans, Spanish, Europeans, and all democratic people, very special thanks to European Humanities University, to all democratic Belarus people who are in very, very hard situation, shared their heart with us and helped us and struggling with us in Ukraine. Thank you and have a good continuation of conference.
Ačiū labai, miela Liudmila, už tokį jaudinantį, bet ir labai teisiškai, sakyčiau, tikslų pasakojimą ir išaiškinimą. Ir dabar esu tikra, kad Ukraina tikrai nepasiduos tai panikai.
Will not give in to the panic and fear caused by terrorists. The professor wants to hand over a gift, and meanwhile I will request all of you to shorten your coffee break and to meet not after to come back here at 3:40 if we want to fit into our further program. Thank you everyone for patience. Enjoy your coffee, and we are waiting for you to come back here at 3:40.
Gauni? Gauni? Tu gauni? Ar tu gauni? Yra? Ir gerai, ar ne? Žinau, kad niekas nemoka taip kalbėti kaip aš.
Gerbėmieji klausytojai, ačiū, kad susirinkote po trumpos kavos pertraukos. Ir aš negaišindama jūsų laiko norėčiau...
Further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Liudmila Uljashina, who is Associated Professor of the European Humanities University in Vilnius. She's a lawyer. Her specialization is human rights. And her presentation topic is really highly relevant, and the question on how to get back to peace is the most important, because our brothers and sisters Ukrainians predominantly wish for peace, just like the whole world. Let's listen to Liudmila's presentation. The floor is yours.
Brangus svečiai, brangus organizatoriai, mano kolegos ir draugai. Aš esu laiminga būdama čia ir galėdama su jumis pasidalinti idėjomis. Mano pranešimas, mano tema yra ekrane. Ir aš tikiu, kad
of course, not Lithuanian words, it's Latin.
Lietuviški žodžiai, tai yra lotynų kalba. Ir pacta sunt servanda reiškia, kad sutartys turi būti gerbiamos ir vykdomos gera valia. Ir jus atbellum yra teisė į karą, arba karo teisė, karo įstatymas. Šios dvi antimonijos teisinės sudaro šerdį mano prezentacijos ir žinoma.
Believe in the force of law, and for me it's very important also that our university firstly was introduced by Liliana, who is my dearest colleague. And we are working indeed now in a very difficult environment when we see in practice that law of war and law of peace go hand in hand. And how to live in this reality. How to make the main preoccupation the peace. How to get back to the peace. For my introduction, I decided to use the Charter of United Nations as a kind of Bible of current international law. And as lawyer, again, I would be happy that this document will sound often today and in other days. Because in 1945, when biggest states united to think how to prevent wars in the future, they created very important words, because these words came from heart. How they define the war. They say that this untold sorrow of mankind. How they defined peace. They say this is conditions under which justice, respect for the obligations arising from treaties and other sources of international law can be maintained. So these words directly from preamble. And indeed, not from that time, from ancient time, we have two segments of law. The first, it's law of treaty, and I'm happy that we discussed today Treaty of Melno, which has 600 years. This is highest respect, and of course to communities also, who maintain this spirit of treaty. And for law of treaty, with really very important segment in international law, two very important principles are very, very valuable and vital. Its principle, pacta sunt servanta, I explained the meaning, and the second one, good faith. They are very close together, but we will talk a little bit later about this. For the law of war, we have two definitions or two segments of this law. Jus ad bellum, it literally means right to start a war. And then jus in bello, it's how to behave during the war. And as I told today, we indeed go hand in hand. Two these realities became our realities. At the same time, we understand that something goes wrong. Why, after so dramatic, tragic events, we again in the same situation, but on another scale? Today, behavior of perpetrator states threat the whole world. Today, we all under threat. And the acute social problems, which are again score of war, which result of disrespect to human rights and to justice, to rule of law. And as lawyers, international lawyers, we understand that something goes wrong in international law, in all this machinery which doesn't work properly. We can't stop perpetrators from the very beginning. And actually in my PowerPoint presentation, I didn't have any picture, only one, and this is a text of the Council of Europe resolution on the 4th of March, 2nd March, on March 2nd, when the Council of Europe issued resolution about legal and financial consequences towards Russian Federation and suspension of this country, of this state, from European Convention on Human Rights. Already next day, Russian Federation issued a statement that they withdraw themselves from this convention. It appeared that instead of legal and financial consequences from international community, which by the way were also formulated not for the starting the war, it was formulated as serious violation of human rights and rule of law. So this very weak language became also a reason when state perpetrator went away with high hand raised head and went with as a winner. Nothing happened afterward. The scope of my research for the future work is a question: what shall be done differently in order to make operation institutions of international law stronger? How to make all this normative framework which already exists really enforceable? How to bring beautiful principles which established in national legal systems and which should be also a regulator of international relations, how to become them working. So at the same time, my scope of my research and my presentation is limited mainly with human rights issues. Why? Because I think sometimes we lose this point. We think about big states, about security, about peace, and we forget that human dignity and human rights at the very, very beginning of what we see as aggression. When we violate rights of people, they became unstable. and the situation became unstable too. This is why we also analyze state accountability and international organizations' accountability for some shortages in their systems, where possible this dysfunction of interstate complaint mechanisms. Of course, you heard about this mechanism when each state should react to violations happening in another state. Which kind of remedies states use? Political, diplomatical, economical, but never legal. When in Belarus happened events with torture, with obvious violations, no one state made complaint to UN Human Rights Committee, which was a single instrument for Belarus, be really treated via legal means. And this is why, for me, it's very important to make this systematization of these two existing principles, pacta sunt servanda and good faith, in order to define these principles through another concept, state responsibility, which helping, in my opinion, to build symmetry between normative and operational system in international law to make it more stable and stronger. As you know, this dual character of international law and some weaknesses of international law, it's in the root of this system. And the root is that states are main actors. Normative system exists, but no enforcement mechanisms. And even some researchers scholars saying that human rights law, which established at the very beginning as a regime of special nature, based more on cooperation, not for coexistence as general international law, didn't play this role, never. And still it's a lacking really cooperation between state, even democratic state. Yeah, we see today great examples in security in terms of protection, their territories, joint territories, but how they deal in using legal means in order to protect human rights. Meanwhile, we say that pacta sunt servanda and the principle of good faith have so-called overarching principle, overarching character. At the same time, some scholars and countries like Belarus think that these principles work only for serious branches. And human rights, this is just a functional part of international law. Even such words used in the context of applying general principles to states who violate these human rights treaties. And of course, having such an attitude, it will be very difficult to convince states to use legal means in order to prevent violations, in order to bring legal and financial consequences to aggregated state. How to do it? First of all, it will be very important to explain the meaning of the general principles. Having this overarching character, it means that even if any state, for example, doesn't sign or ratify human rights treaty, it's obliged to follow general principles, like, for example, good faith. It means that working together with international institutions, they have to fulfill their obligations sincerely and effectively. And this is exactly the wording from the European Convention on Human Rights, Article 3, which is precondition for a state to become a member of the Council of Europe. And in 1996, when prominent lawyers' examination of Russian Federation concluded that this country is not ready to enter the Council of Europe, this legal opinion was not taken into consideration. Political decision was adopted, and Russia became a member of the Council of Europe. For February 2022, 70,030 pending cases have been in the European Court on Human Rights, pending against Russia by their citizens. In 2021, 232 violations were found against Russia. Russia committed war, and again, nothing happened. What about Belarus? As I told, Belarusian citizens still had a chance to bring individual complaints to UN Human Rights Committee. And Human Rights Committee took their individual communications, made some conclusions, and these views were kind of moral win, because no compensation, no amendments to national legislation, but at the same time, this moral win of people was very important for them and for civil society. Today, Belarus announced that they will withdraw from the optional protocol for human rights, for Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It means that we observe a new trend. Human rights treaty will become soon not empty, but empty from aggregated state. And it will mean that citizens will be alone. Even this weak voice will not be heard anymore. Because today we observe a lack of respect to treaties and lack of trust into law. I think I will stop here with my recommendation to do everything possible to restore trust to normative framework and make enforcement mechanism of international bodies stronger. We have beautiful international customary law instruments like draft articles on state responsibilities, where in a very clear manner written how to interpret state behaviors in order to bring the state to legal and financial and actually open list consequences. But unfortunately, this beautiful writing is only a narrative, only a normative framework. Human rights bodies actually don't dare to use these mechanisms. They don't consider themselves as operators of such strong instrument. Somebody should empower them with this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Labai ačiū, miela Liudmila.
Noriu.
Floor, Mikhail Leizarovič. Pristatysiu Jums mūsų sekantį pranešėją, Mikhailą Leizarovičių, kuris atstovauja Lenkijos žydų istorijos muziejuje Varšuvoje.
Of history of Polish Jews in Warsaw, who will give us a very intriguing presentation named My Great-Grandmother from Vištytis. I believe that the story of the speaker will leave no one indifferent. Mr. Vaisarovich, the floor is yours. Speaking.
Good afternoon. I will tell you introduction. I show you some pictures and tell you some stories. We show on family albums. Short conclusion. So I will say some word as an introduction, because then it's easier for the translators. And dear Excellencies, dear professors, and dear organizers of this event, and dear audience, I'm very happy that I was invited. And I understood that because one of the organizers is a tourist office, or however you call it, that this is a subject. So I see now it's very academic and very, it's a lot of law issues, but now I tell you some stories, and I think I do it in the other way around. I come from the personal view. Everybody has a family, everybody has a family album with pictures at home. It doesn't matter who you are, if you are academic or not academic or something. And I want to show you the potential that is behind it, and that you have to be patience. Sometimes tens of years, but interesting things might happen. So, introduction. Good. I would like to tell you something about myself. Normally, we don't do this. Our work of research and storytelling is supposed to be independent of personal history. Though it's a variety of personal stories that we document over decades to be able to recognize certain patterns of sequences that we then report on. But today is different. It's because of the place and time, which is why I want to show you some aspects of my own biography. What role the occupation with one's own family photo album can get for one's own life, and for the occupation with history, and what results this can bring in the end. And don't forget, in every family there's an enthusiast who annoys the other family members with his family research, but who one day will travel to your region with relatives and will inspire someone in the next generation as well. That is a great latent potential which you can address in the future. So let's, where I have to put, okay. I'm working in the Polin Museum. I'm just guiding there. And it was very important for my life because I was brought up that Jews in Germany was modern Judaism, was Enlightenment, and the other, the Ostjuden, the Eastern Jews, are some kind of primitive or traditional or something. And here, with one of the very modern museums in the world about Judaism, has a different approach to it. And I learned that the common history of the Lithuanian Polish Empire has many, many streamings of Judaism. There was a whole world that existed here for centuries, and Enlightenment was only a small part of it, and this has disappeared, and this museum brings it back to the visitors from all over the world, and also to the Poles and Lithuanians themselves, these big treasure that there have been. Next. And of course, this museum is in a very, very important spot also for our subjects, because here was the first talk between the Poles and the Germans, and the Berlin and the Minister President of Germany, the Chancellor Willy Brandt, kneeled on his knees in 1970, and that was the beginning of the end of the separation between East and West. 20 years later, the wall in Berlin crumbled down. Next. And we have even, I choose the train station. We have a train station in the museum. Like you in Kiribati, I have also a train station. And this tells a lot of stories about traveling, about connection between the different parts of the Polish-Lithuanian Empire that was departed in the Russian and the Austrian and the Prussian and German part. So this is very important, and the role of the train is very important of your life here in Kiribati and in general for the development of relations between people. Next one. And now I show you a picture of myself. I'm sitting on the arm of my father. I was shocked when I saw this picture now recently, because this is my father. He was quite old. He was born when the World War I was breaking out, and he had a mother. And I saw her only one time in my life. She lives in Jerusalem, and she came to visit us in West Germany. And I remember it so well, and now I see I was so small. How can I remember? But I remember every moment, and was very astonished. And this lady is the daughter of, can take the next picture, of the main hero of my speech, of Miss Emma Neumark. She married a Sandelovsky, and Sandelovskys also came with Stitis. And so I grew up with this kind of pictures. Next picture, let's see. And my father was also very small once. And in that time, please back to my father. And in these times, boys were dressed until they went to school like a girl. Yeah? And he was born in Schilote. It was Heidekrug, it was German. But then it turned to be, after World War I, to be Lithuania. And my family was very German. They were fighters in the World War I and believed in the German issues. So they moved to East Prussia. And all the next pictures are from East Prussia. And my father grew up, and he is his little sister, and they made holiday at the village of my grandmother. It is Alzhausen-Milken. It is somewhere now in the Kaliningrad Oblast, next to Labiau or Poslang. Doesn't matter. And there's an area of swamps, and there he spent his summer holidays. But he is already dressed in a uniform because he was already a Zionist, because of the time changed and Hitler was in power. So he was very also into Zionist issues. Next, please. And for example, they said themselves, what every German can do, we Jews can also do. And they were not allowed to use German sport fields, so they built in Königsberg, in Kaliningrad, their own sport field on the area of the new Jewish cemetery. There was a lot of empty space, so they built an own sport field so that they could continue to make sport as a young person. Next, please. And then he went to a German farmer to learn agriculture because he wanted to go to Palestine. The British rules let people in that had a useful occupation. So he, in order to get a certificate to go to Palestine, he learned agriculture at a German farmer. And please, next pictures. Here you see my father together with the sons of the farmer. The sons of the farmer wearing Nazi uniforms. And they had two Jews that learned agriculture at their place. And so they talked to each other and they said, okay, when all this is over, you come back, you are good workers. And that is, for me, it's fascinating, this Jewish Nazi-German picture here. Okay, then I found also between all the pictures some things from Lithuania. I didn't know that. I learned only when I was more than 50 years old. I learned that my grandmother was speaking fluently Lithuanian. I didn't know that before. My aunt told me. So he got from some fellow buddies this postcard from Telšiai, and it's addressed to Königsberg. A short time before, here I think it's 33. It was already under the Nazi rule. Okay, next picture. And then the second of the left, sitting on the table is my father. He said goodbye to his family. Here he was in Tilsit, and the other people went to Shanghai in the last moment and end up in United States. Other at the table went to South Africa. So that's the reason why I have family all over the world. If I have family, because here, for example, his uncle, he has already disappeared, but his mother and his sister joining a wedding at 37 in Tilsit, it's now Sovietsk, not far from here. And how must be the feeling to be in this time, to have a wedding, to believe in future? And I thought, when I saw, for tens of years, I looked on this picture and said, all these people are dead. Only my grandmother and my wife disappeared. My aunt went away in time. Next picture. But wrong. 10 years ago, me and my wife, or my wife and me, we are sitting in a house in Israel. There is a lady, Renee Vian, because my uncle married a Vian. And she had more documents because a part of these people there went to South Africa. So next picture, please. So I have now the invitation of this wedding that I know for a long time. And next picture. And I have even the last letter of the person that married there. And she said, okay, times are not good. And she wrote a lot of long letters, next pictures. And my wife made an article about it. How was the life for the Jews till 1943? They both were deported to 1942 with a train, leaving East Prussia and going to Minsk, and they were killed immediately in the same morning when they arrived. And they wrote about if this ugly war would just be over. Wenn doch bloß dieser hässliche Krieg vorbei sei. Reminds me something. Next. See this, the first lady, the first hero is the second from the left. She stands in the house in Altus-Milken, and there are more ladies on these pictures. What happened to these ladies? And it turned out some went to Canada. Next picture. But now I have to introduce, no, I came to Vistitis the first time in the year 2000, looked at the cemetery, and I said, oh, whoa. It was close to the border. In 2010, I came again, the green was higher, and I said, oh, so many tombstones, we never will know all about them, but the stories on the stones must be very interesting. Who will ever take care about this? Next pictures. Then I have to introduce the most important persons of Vilkaviškis. It's Ralph. In the left. The other one, I don't know, that's the president of this area. Okay, and Ralph is an Englishman that lives in Israel and came to Vilkaviškis, took care of the cemetery, and made a lot of initiatives, and now he's a citizen of honor in Vilkaviškis, and is a good friend of mine. Next pictures. And here he visited me in Warsaw, and we did a lot of things together. And next picture. I don't know if you know this important newspaper, Santaka, and they wrote about the cleanup of the cemetery in Vistitis. It was in 2019, before the pandemic, yes? And there were people from all over the world, Lithuanians, mostly Germans. It was a German group, but also a lady, the first lady is kneeling, is from Canada. And here we are. Her name is Siegel. She's a born Siegel. And next picture. Okay, there we made the big cleanup of the cemetery. It was 1 week of work, and finally we succeeded to document every tombstone. And I heard now from the major of Vistitis that they will repeat it this September. Thank you very much. Next picture. And here we are. And the first day we discovered the tombstone that is both of our family. So you understand? West Germany, Israel is meeting Canada in Vistitis. That is our interface. And this, I think a lot of families have this history. And next pictures. And yes, Segal, the aunt of my father, Segal, always here, she's in making butt kissing and so on. And she lived also there in East Prussia, and she went then later to Canada. And she has the same family photos in her position. Next picture, please. And this is 1913. She got the German citizenship in East Prussia. And you see on the right mosaic, she's a Jewish. And what is her status? She is the owner of a shop, Geschäftsinhaberin. Stitis, 1891. Interesting. Okay, next pictures. And do you know this postcard? It was in their position. It's in Yiddish. Vistiten Nayergas, the new street. Vistiten. That is actually an actual family picture from Vistiten. And here, the same cemetery, but in news, live. There was a funeral, they made a picture and took it to Canada later. So it's nice how these things come together afterwards. Next picture. And now we sat together and said, oh, we finished this, and what do we do next? And there, in Kiribati, Irma and her friends showed me this place. There is a small cemetery, Jewish cemetery, here at the border to East Prussia in Kiribati. So what did we do? Last year in September, next picture. So we started to make a documentation. It took us, I think, 3 days to document all the stones in September. And so we made a list, and then we made a plan. Next picture, please. Now we have a map of this cemetery. Each green spot is a tree, and the other one are stones and disappeared stones and still existing stones. And we made a list of names. So now everybody in the world can, in the internet, look up his name if he has somebody there in Kiribati. Next picture. And we saw a lot of activities here in this area, Vilkaviškis. In a school that was a Jewish school, the children of today are playing the children of 80 years before, and also the Nazi people that took them in custody. And 2 days later, we had a discussion with the kids about their reenactment. How did they feel? And they said, you know, the feeling, I have a weapon, and I can treat people in my age, I can do what I want. So law would say it differently, but that's actually the loss of law and or the war law. And it was very interesting for the children to experience it, and that is history that talks to them. And I'm very grateful that here in Vilkaviškis they made a lot of experiments. How to talk about the past. The next picture. Then there were people that making a museum outside in the middle of the city, the fire station. They put big pictures with Ralph. He bought these pictures from Tel Aviv, from a museum. And I thought, okay, the workers of the city are putting a picture. No, they are not workers in the city. There are interpreters, there are owners of companies. They are engaged to talk about the history that nobody talked here in this city. A long time, nobody talked about the biggest group that has been in these cities here. It was the Jews. And so they bring the Jews back into the city. And it's made also, by the way, this ugly place, it was a little bit, so now it's a very beautiful place in the middle of the city of Vilkaviškis. It's very creative, and I'm very thankful for this kind of ideas. Next picture. And now I show you something. I'm coming to the end. How much time I have?
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, perfect. And you see, my wife and me returned yesterday from Kaliningrad. Of course, it's a difficult situation, and we got the money for the people of Kaliningrad. The Jewish community built up this synagogue, and it was it was opened 80 years after the destruction. In 1938, it was opened in 2018. And now we brought the model of the train that I talked about, that they brought my family to Minsk. The model of this train we brought to the rabbi and showed him. It will be part of our exhibition. Next pictures. And in this week, we installed this thing because it was on the journey a long time. The German customs, it had to cross Poland, it has to enter Russia. It was more than almost 2 months in the Russian customs. But finally we got it out, and quickly, now we built this museum. And next picture. Now the museum will be opened next Sunday. Internal, we don't want to participate, we are not important. Now they have the most beautiful museum in the city of Kaliningrad because it's very modern, very interactive. And we are grateful. Next picture. If you can't go now to Kaliningrad, and we have to wait, I hope not too long, but we will go, then you can visit us already in the internet, GM Jewish Museum Kaliningrad.org. And there's, for example, Mr. Arno Nadel. He's born in Vilnius. He went to Königsberg to study music, went on to Berlin. In Berlin, he learned to compose music. He was a painter. He was a very talented artist, and then he was killed. And now you see, somebody in Vilnius is now writing something about him. Somebody who studies composition and Jewish composition is now writing about him in Berlin. And now he is also shown in a museum in Königsberg, in Kaliningrad. So this is kind of network that we want to build up. Next one. And this is my 3 points. We want to create a network of Jewish places, coexistence of different ethnical groups. Slovakia is a small device, Europe in the middle of Europe. And I want to emphasize that century long, the people lived together and developed the city together, and it was the world center of Jewish population. There were no place in the world had more Jews than Lithuania and Poland together. It was the center. The second is returning identity to the people that live all over the world and couldn't hardly say, I don't know where I come from. This is complicated there. It was Germany, now it's Russia, it is now Poland, it is now Lithuania, I don't understand. We want to explain it, and it is good for the people that are living here. They have also a very long history they can be proud of. And that is very important to me, not to talk about the short Holocaust, that was very tragic, no doubt, but to talk about the life of every people, and that is important. And the cooperation is important. Learn from each other, try different things, and communicate them. Wonderful ideas in Vilkaviškis. There is now a serious museum in Kaliningrad, and people will in the future land in Vilnius, start their trip, visit Vilkaviškis and Kaunas, then they go to Kaliningrad, then they go to Warsaw to the museum and will return home to Israel or to the United States, no matter what. Next picture. And see you. Lietraut. Auf Wiedersehen.
Michael, from your story, and we will keep some hope that one day the friendly neighboring countries open the borders and we will be able to visit all the best museums around in Kiev, in Russia, in Lithuania, in Germany, and anywhere. So, ačiū labai ir dabar tu.
And I have really a great pleasure now to give a floor to the next speaker, who is Professor Vytautas Šlepkauskas. Local people know him very well. He was born in Kybartai, in this unique location, which is nearly the center of the world. However, I should say that the professor is professor of law and law enforcement of the public security department of Mykolo Romerio University. He has many publications. He is an educologist, law sociologist, law philosopher. So we can expect a very untraditional presentation on today's topic. The floor is yours.
Hello. I will probably start, as usually, from gratitude, expressing gratitude. You are wonderful. Everything you spoke about. You spoke about painful consequences of war. Michael spoke about the fragmentation and reunification of his family. When speaking about Prussians in Königsberg, one way or another, you spoke about the peace. For all the time, since young age, I have the same thought. Why do we have to fight? Why do we need to fight? I don't understand it to this day. Already being in a venerable age, why do we need to fight? Mikhail today, in his last conclusions, mentioned the word cooperation. Cooperation reiškia bendradarbiavimas. There are main four interactions between people: communication, cooperation, conflict, competition, and conflict. Throughout recent 30 years, I see how competition turns into a conflict. I always say, my God, it takes so little just to communicate and to cooperate. So the first slide, I always put concepts into it. I presented both in Lithuanian and in English. Security. Security has levels: national, public, personal, individual. I always try to define concepts in such a way so they would include those levels. So, security is security and protection, condition of security and protection from hazards, and trust in one's own knowledge. Now we mostly miss trust in our knowledge when talking about peace. Between the lines, we express that we are lacking trust in our own knowledge. Should we look even deeper to what you said between the lines? We lack knowledge about security, so we would have that trust. Don't rush. Until now, what is wrong? We don't name it, we don't define it. We don't define from where the security arises. The main things are, in political or legal sense or economic sense, is relationships. There is no other thing except relationships. If relationship is safe, we feel good. If hazard arises or tension arises in a relationship, due to our different temperament, character, in our regard and in regard of others, we do wrongful actions. Not to mention state level. So I'd like to emphasize security of social subject. How security is related to peace. Security is one of the main values and one of the basic needs of human being. Security can be expressed through peace. Peace could be a particular expression, particular phase. What is peace? It can be defined differently. Ludmila beautifully described it today, my colleague. I thought, yes, she looked from the scale of a state. I'm a sociologist. I always look with caution at state, because in my eyesight, groups of people, how they are capable to create a state and how they're capable to turn it into the instrument for peace. So the peace is, I'd like to emphasize, it's not only absence of violent conflicts between individuals and their groups, and the group can be on a state level, but also striving of social relationships by respecting human rights, health, and property. These are 4 fundamental human rights. On their foundation, a whole instrument of human freedom and rights is developed. I'm sorry, there are 50 human rights and freedoms. So, object of our conversation is development of security in Sūduva from Peace Treaty of Melno until occupation by the Russian Empire. It is the same like Mikhail's story about the history of his family, by revealing in it peace, war, friendship. The same way, a story about how Powerful states, due to internal reasons, fail, collapse. Even though they should reach the peace, but they end up in a war. Regarding, due to attacks and colonization of Lithuanian Poles, Teutonic Knights and Ruthenians, the territory of Jotvingiai and Sūduva was destroyed in the 13th century and continued to decrease. Mr. Girdauskas spoke about it extensively, my colleague. He mentioned not only lands around Suvalkai, Seinai and Augustavas, Lika, due to a long-lasting war between the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the order, Teutonic order, and also due to pandemic of pestilence. Don't forget, pandemics accompanied Lithuania all the time, especially pestilence. Life of Jotvingiai disappeared. I will not elaborate about this pain of ours, because from Baltic people we lost not only Prussians but also large Jotvingiai who had huge territory. Jotvingiai or Sūduva people had territory which was bigger than Poland of that time, or than Lithuanian Grand Duchy of Lithuania of that time. I'm not talking about Duchy which had Ukraine and part of Belarus in its state. I'm talking about other times that my fellow colleague told you about. What happened during the peace treaty, about which very interestingly spoke Mr. Gintaras Šapoka, about procedural side, about those three aspects and so on. It is Sūduva or Jotvingiai people territory divided between Polish Kingdom, Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Teutonic Order, the future Duchy of Prussia. This peace treaty established the law of Polish Kingdom, the Order and Grand Duchy of Lithuania. All this created conditions to colonize the lands of Jotva. Sūduva colonization was happening from side of Poland, from the Order, future Prussia Duchy, and from side of Lithuania. Now, one of the key moments I would like to talk about. For 393 years, my friend Romas, where are you? In our Užnemunė, there was no combat action. We had peace, and I always ask myself, what kind of peace it was? Yes, it was peace, but it was a passive peace. We avoided violent actions, but there was no respect, however, to human nature. We colonized Užnemunė. We built cities, manors, villages, and towns. But it was a passive peace, which was sufficient for that period after the demise Sūduva, to restore it and to infuse it with new life. This slide, maybe it's hard to see what's in it. It demonstrates that Sūduva, which came to Lithuania according to Melno peace treaty, it was not a uniformed forest, but it had lots of forests. Mr. Zenonas spoke about it. He showed separate images, and it was very interesting to see. Where is the vicious thing that Grand Duke divided this forest by pieces to separate government institutions? For example, our Kybartai, we came under authority of Jurbarkas eldership. It was separate language, because these are slices of the forest. In some slices, the Grand Duke either had no power because he had other things to do, or other his subordinates used it and controlled it as much as we wanted. So I want to talk about the first century of colonization, which was happening spontaneously. There was no leadership. And this way, the first stage after Peace Treaty of Melno in 1422, 1529. Why? The first date is clear. Why there is a second date, 1529? Because only in that year Duke of Prussia, Albrecht from Brandenburg, signed with his uncle, Sigismund the Old, a peace treaty or border implementation treaty. Until that time, there was a body of water. Because Sūduva is big, the southern part was absorbed, because from Vilnius, from Trakai, Grand Dukes needed to ride to Krakow, to Warsaw. So roads were a bit better installed and handled, maintained, but Grodno. But should we take part of Sūduva, there was nothing here. Commuting was happening only through rivers, Neman, Šešupė, and those smaller rivers, because Sūduva is watery area. It has a network of small rivers, but there were no roads. So, how first news come up? Testimonies appear in Chronicles of Prussia, how in the alleged border line, Russian subordinates fight Lithuanian side, and there appears a confirmation that telling about Kibeiki, about Matlaukis. Those were the last names of individuals from whom spring village of Matlaukis or Kibeiki village earlier than Kybartai themselves. Can you pay attention, please? What I'm writing. I present two sides of security. External security, what is happening around the social formation, not around the state. What tensions are there? If Teutonic order transformed into a secular state, because Albrecht Brandenburgian became friends with Martin Luther. Martin Luther convinced him that it's necessary to renounce that militant posture, and they transitioned into peace based on faith, not on war. The Brandenburgian turned to science, to culture. Meanwhile, in Lithuania, this didn't happen. And his later influence in his friendship with Bona, with young wife of the old Sigismund, their correspondence, it provides a new space, isn't it, Romas? Because head of Senate of Mykolo Romerio University is a historian, and I'm happy to converse with you. But if it comes down in the West, in the East we have a problem. There is a war between Russia and Grand Duchy of Lithuania. And in that famous battle against Russia, we kick their ass and we win. Now I'm rushing forward. 100 years later, We have Russians in Vilnius city. Why? Let's go one slide forward, please. Briefly, so it will be more clear to you how colonization takes place. Essentially, colonization happens through subjects, intelligence and guards, which protected the forest of Sūduva, and the Grand Duke would give them slices of several hectares. Like in 1993, we did a land reform ceremony, you remember? Those 4 hectares, they pop up again, don't they? You see how historian tradition doesn't go away. And then those who founded manors on behalf of Grand Duke, and of course villages gather around manors, free people of the manors. It was necessary to feed the state. Who could a serf perform the functions of a free individual? The serf would have escaped, and serfs would escape, and many of them would do that. Why in Sūduva, in contrast to Samogitia, there were many free people who were occupied with fishery, hunting, beekeeping, trade, and were supplying. Let's move on. It is a story, I could keep on telling it to you for hours. It's a beautiful story of Sūduva. However, still, there are some accents I'd like to make. The power of Russia was growing strongly, and it was inevitably necessary for us to have a Western neighbor. We had 2 of them. Polish kingdom, with which we have dynasty relationship, and Prussian duchy. Obviously, there were not many options, and we, together with Polish kingdom, established a Republic of Two Nations, or Commonwealth, which was the biggest in Europe of that time. It's obvious that only later it was noticed that an error was committed, that it had to be a Commonwealth not of 2 countries, but of 3. The fact that our forefathers at that time was a big mistake, because what our friend Juozas Olekas said, maybe we will correct this error in the future. Let's move on. The hardest period is between 1569 and 1795. The territory of Commonwealth of Two Nations was occupied both by Sweden and Russia. Sweden caused the Northern War, which lasted for 21 years. In 1721, Peter I declared Russia an empire. And what a paradox. What a paradox. Swedish Empire got democratized and vanished as empire. Meanwhile, Russian Empire, from that time onwards, was growing stronger and stronger, and result of this, due to our internal quarrels between Grand Duchy of Lithuania and Polish Kingdom, due to internal conflicts between king's rule and the aristocrats, it became weak. And as a result, in 1795, Commonwealth of Two Nations was liquidated. And then, speaking of internal security, the passive peace was suitable for colonization, but it failed to save the state. I would like to emphasize that periodically, Užnemunė, due to plague epidemic, we were losing lots of people. In 1738, majority of Užnemunė residents died away. And here it is right to say that that was happening in Western Europe. It's a separate story, actually. Jews from there attempted to avoid war, they sought for peace, and they came to Užnemunė. And I can say that, Mykolo, in the name of your forefathers, thank you. Because your nation, time after time, was helping to rebuild, restore Užnemunė. And conclusions. A survey has revealed two peaceful stages of colonization of Užnemunė, spontaneous and organized. Organized process of colonization was based on leadership of institution of Grand Duke, especially by Queen Bona and other authorized persons. Here we should talk about Valakai reform, about forestry reform, and many things in between. It is obvious that with this reform, a legal regulation improvement is related. Statutes of Lithuania, external and Užnemunė security was very fragile because of threat of Sweden and growing Russia. Therefore, creation of Commonwealth of two nations became a necessity. I admit, I have changed my opinion because some time ago I was a hot supporter of Grand Duchy of Lithuania, but the more you learn, the more you research, the more you understand and realize that external and internal interaction can produce a stable peace. If that's not in place, then one should look for friends. About Mr. Juozas Olekas spoke today. In contrast, then back in those days, today, we are inclined to create unions so that the peace could be long-lasting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for such deep, short insights, because I'm not sure how much time for discussion do we have today. Because I believe I would have at least 5 questions to the speaker. But maybe we should think whether we should move the discussions to the informal environment. Well, we might discuss a little bit. Thank you, Vytautas, for the presentation, and also thank you, Madam Moderator, for moderating so nicely and also keeping the time. Let's discuss at least for 10 minutes. Anybody who would like to ask a question or two, using this excellent opportunity for it, to Professor Vytautas Šlapkauskas and maybe other speakers, maybe to Professor David Schultz and others. Do we have such hot questions we would like to, and topics we would like to discuss during the remaining 10 minutes or so? So we are thinking about it. We can do the following. There were wishes to look at the pictures to Kaz's gallery. So now we could have a discussion for about 10 minutes over coffee. Then let's go to Kaz's gallery, and the local people will direct you. And then a bus will come over and drive those who are accommodated will be driven to their accommodation locally, and those who are not accommodated locally, please be informed that there will be a bus who will leave at 8 a.m. from Vilkaviškio station for those who are not accommodated locally. And for those who are locally accommodated, we'll have coffee and we'll go there. So thank you to the ones who actually... Davidai, ar jūs viską supratote? Ar supratote rekomendacijas dėl vakaro įvykių?
Okay, tai mes paaiškinsim po to, negaiskim laiko. Thank you very much to all participants. Thank you very much, and we will continue our discussions in informal way with a cup of coffee and visiting the gallery of very famous photographer Kazis here. And tomorrow we will visit some historical places of this region. Ačiū labai.
Ir labai ačiū mūsų partneriams.
Thank you so much to our partners, to the university, to the municipality, to all the sponsors who helped to organize and conduct this event. If we like it, so perhaps it's not the last, now the first forum in Kybartai that you're attending. Thank you so much, and good luck to everyone.